What's going on, bitches? Anything else still going? So we chum. Just if we want to watch something while we wait. Ooh. New peers with Tiny. No way. Oh, we're watching this. For sure. Oh, and Ted Idiot Cruz. Ooh. Let's go. Definitely gonna watch that. Hey, Cosmica. A Cosmic. What's going on? Can you still see me? Oh, that's weird. I just went offline on, like, my end. But I guess you could probably still see me, huh? Weird. That was fucking strange, man. Kick's being weird right now, I guess. It shows me online though, like I can see myself. I have no idea what's going on. But it's Kick has just been sucking the big one. Every time I stream now, there's always some kind of problem. Well, since anything else is still going, you want to jump in like chat? Come and say what's up. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. That just like fucked my viewers right now. I'm at 5. What? Everybody come back. I'm back on. I'm back on, everybody. Yeah, they're probably getting like overloaded with shit. Overloaded with people. All the time. Are they not making enough money to like expand their servers? Good catch. Good catch, baby. Okay. Now it says everything is running smoothly. So why the fuck did it just shit out for a second? It shut the bid for a second there. Shut the bid. People coming back in now. Hey, everybody. 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 I guess Piers Morgan with Tiny came out today. I kind of want to watch that. Trend a gupwa. Oh, it's a good paw. Good bro. Everyone was losing their minds. Ooh. It looks like the like solo guest was Ted Cruz. That should be fun. God, I hate that guy. Oh, I hate that guy so much. I hate that guy so much. Oh, yes, I do. Do you hate Ted Cruz? Do you hate Ted Cruz? You say hi if you hate Ted Cruz. Ready? Say, I hate Ted Cruz. Mika. Mika. Look at me. Ready? Say, I hate Ted Cruz. Good girl. Say it again. Say, I hate Ted Cruz. Good girl. There you go. What did he do this time? Oh, no. He had a goon? Oh, my God. This is going to be fun. Oh, this is going to be fun. Should I start now, or should I wait until everybody comes over from anything else? Ted Cruz has a podcast? Oh my God. That sounds like a nightmare. Hey, listen. They're gonna talk about the shit that he says in the thing, so I feel like we gotta... I am gonna do it at 1.5 at least, so... How much is it? How long is the Ted Cruz part? Let's see. It's around 12-ish minutes, so... Won't be that long. Especially at 1.5. He's such a goober, that guy. I heard he was out of town again. For another disaster. Jesus. Alright, I kind of don't want to wait. I'm sorry, friends. Well, it is holiday season. Oh, yeah, okay. Alright. I want to be unhinged and say, fuck it, I don't care, though, because fuck Ted Cruz. You know? Alright, let's do it. Oh. Yeah, unmuting it is probably a good idea.
Wanted to release everything. Every adult who was culpable and responsible, I think the public should know.
You think President Trump has something to do with Epstein, with your brother being killed?
I wouldn't write that off.
I heard.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
NordVPN promo code Destiny to get around the Texas porn ban. On reflection, do you think that was grotesquely tasteless thing to be posting?
Absolutely not. The hand wringing. Oh, the hand wringing here. Oh my God! Stop! I'm not gonna sit here and argue about jokes when these guys.
Oh, Tiny. Oh, Tiny. One of these days, you're gonna grow up a little, buddy. I mean, I agree about the double standard. Trust me, I 100% agree about the double standard. And you know what? At least I'm kind of glad we have one guy being that unhinged who's going to post that shit and be like, and do it to like bring attention to the issue and be like, look, here's a double standard. It made me laugh. I'm not going to lie. Here's the double standard is a big issue. We have this double standard. I'm never going to like stop doing this until they stop doing it. And like, I'm glad that he's there. But, like, boy, oh boy, does it turn a lot of people off, bud.
They're spreading lies when it happens in LA, when it's about the wildfires. You guys make jokes when
I'm not a sick vile person like you. If you understood the size of the town, which you don't, because you don't care, because you're literally trying to make money off of dead people. Google the size of the Comfort, Texas City Hall. You can't fit hundreds of people in any meeting there, you moron.
Well, Attorney General Pam Bondi is facing intensifying bipartisan pressure for the calamitous handling of the Epstein files. Bondi claimed the so-called Epstein client list, which many imagine...
By the way, this is 90 days. It's been 90 days, by the way. Where are those 90 deals? Does anybody know? Anybody know where those 90 deals in 90 days were? Where did those go? Went real quick, huh? One deal with the UK, and it wasn't very good for us. And now we've got more tariffs. Ooh. Oh, I'll be talking about that later. I don't know if you saw the thing about Brazil. That shit is crazy. I'll definitely be talking about that later.
As a record of high-profile abuses he blackmailed was sitting on her desk. The administration now says there is no list, there was no blackmail, and that the release of prison videotapes proves he took his own life. Well, that video skips forward by a full minute, fueling even more speculation, for which he offered this rather tortuous explanation.
The minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every year, every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night.
Okay.
And that's it on Epstein.
That's not likely to be it on Epstein for Bondi or anybody else in the administration.
I mean, if that's true, then that's true. And if they show other videos, like a bunch of other videos that have a minute missing, like, that's fine. I can't imagine, like what insanely consequential evidence is going to be missing in a single minute. I mean, not a lot can really happen in a minute. You can't kill a person in a minute. So, well, I mean, you could, but not by hanging. So I don't know. I feel like a minute missing, that seems like a reasonable explanation. I doubt there would be anything like, oh my god, in that minute, like, 50 people and Donald Trump came in and left. Right? I mean, like, it's a single minute.
Those who've demanded answers for years, spurred on by the very people now in office who are saying there simply aren't any. It's a fundamental issue of trust. President Trump has made clear he's sick of it all.
Sure.
I bet he is fucking sick of it all. Except you promised, bro. You were all about this in the campaign. You were like, I am gonna release the Epstein files. Okay, I'll release MLK, JFK, and Epstein. Okay, because they're some terrible people. And then you did 2 of them, which were nothing burgers, which of course we knew were going to be nothing burgers. And then you were like, well, I don't know. Did you see like the full clip of him being asked about releasing the Epstein file? I'm sure you have, but that shit was just so funny. I gotta play it again. Let's see, is this the full
The
one?
Epstein files. Current and former FBI agents are saying, some of them telling me, that they feel the FBI establishment came out ahead in the standoff sort of with the New York FBI field office over releasing the records and your Attorney General Pam Bondi demanding them but not getting all that she wanted. Is that process still on track? I think that's one of the most often questions I've been asked the last couple of days, to release these records on Epstein, MLK, and JFK.
Well, Pam Bondi's done a phenomenal job in every respect, and there could have been some holdback.
Can you give me like the... God, it's so impossible to find the shit you want anymore. Why? Why is it always so fucking hard? Was it the ABC interview? Wait, oops. For God's sake, dude.
There's a lot of interest.
Nope. Oh, it's Fox News. Okay, it's Fox News, I think. All right. June 2024.
If you were president, would you declassify, you can answer yes or no to these.
Yeah.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah,
Would you declassify JFK files?
yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein. So much.
Bro, he made like a whole thing about it in his campaign. He's like, I'm gonna do the Epstein files. And then in the interview, he was like, would you declassify the 9/11 files? Yeah. Would you declassify the JFK files? Yeah. What about the Epstein files? Yeah. Well, you know, I don't really know, bro. The fact that it took me forever to find that, by the way, just shows the fucking state of the internet right now. God damn it, I can never find what I want to. And I'm good at Googling. I'm a good Googler.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have...
No. He did not say that.
Listen for a second. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking... We have
What up,
Texas,
neighbor
we have
Rudy?
this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
We are going to talk about...
Yeah, like it's crazy, Cosmic. I can't ever find anything I want anymore. Like if I want to find a clip from like a while ago that has any relevancy to something that's happening right now, fucking cooked. There's no way. Did you see the thing with Roger Stone? What thing with Roger Stone? Link me! Give me that link, buddy. Oh yeah, Cosmic. It's a shame. I mean, we already have a retarded internet, so I guess a dead internet is just the next natural evolution. He replied to somebody on X talking about the Epstein files without mentioning anyone. He said something like, "How dare you defame me?" I'm gonna try to find. Yeah, definitely find that. I want to take a look. Who's here? Candy. Candelita. If you're talking, I can't hear you. Whoop. You won't be able to find anything on it to interact with only bots. Yep. We're already almost there. But honestly, man, with the state of people on the internet, might actually be better with just bots. Like at this point, it might be nicer to just interact with bots. People on the internet fucking suck. No, I know, man. I'm kidding, obviously. Like, but goddamn, people on the internet suck. Roger Stone let out one of these people being protected in the Epstein file. How about who are you protecting? These four the names of your attorney, so I assure them you're not going to defame me on it. Yeah, I can hear you now. Defame me on X without getting your ass sued. Your move, bitch. Bro, why would you even say anything? Nobody was even talking to you, talking about you. Like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, you just straight up outed yourself. I thought this guy was supposed to be smart. What's going on? How you doing, Gandhi?
Hablando ahí.
What? Yeah, like she didn't even bring him up. Oh, I guess, yeah, I guess he could see it as like saying that they're being corrupt and like hiding shit, and that's what he's saying. That would be the charitable interpretation, but it's sus, bro. A man with a tattoo of Nixon on his back was never smart. Listen, man, you can say that, but like, the Republicans are where they are. A lot of the reason why they are where they are is because of that motherfucker. It might be Roger Stone's self-reporting cryptic. Also, what's up, bud? Did you know he's on Cameo? Oh, man. I wonder how much fun you could get away with this.
Would pay Roger Stone to do a fucking cameo.
I might.
I'm not. I can't.
All right, bud. I mean, like, you know, to like see if we could get him in, you know, to do something stupid. But I don't know. I don't think he would fall for that. Roger Stone be like, I heard you will be exposing pedophiles. My lawyers will be in touch. The Sarah person is saying unhinged tweets in Destiny's channel. Wait, what? Which Sarah person? Oh, shit. As in Sarah, my follower. Tell her to come on over. I'll help her feel better. Yeah, tell her to come over. I don't want her to feel that way. That's sad. We have a happy, supportive community here. We may yell at each other, call each other retarded or whatever, but it's always out of love. Right, Candy? Uh-oh. Oh, she's mute. You're muted now. Yeah, Cosmic. I know. She must have stepped away because she muted herself. Cosmic, if you want to tell her to come over. Feel free to do that. Because if she's feeling down. I don't know if she's like being serious or just being like hyperbolic. What do you mean that ain't you? I'm not saying it was you. But if you're in the chat, you could tell her to like come over here, and I'm saying like, yo, if you're feeling down, come over, I'll cheer you up. What is she upset about? What are they talking about? Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. No, she's I mean, she's still in here, but I didn't see she had muted herself. She must have stepped away. What are they talking about in AE right now? I mean, like, I have it up, but it's muted. Why is, like, what is it that she's upset about? Hey, good ass.
¿Qué hace? Sí, fui a buscar mi café. Mi
Dale.
café.
Mi coffee, baby.
What do you guys talk about?
Well, it looks like that Sarah girl might be having a bit of a sad time. Sarah Monahan. She's one of my followers.
Is
one
she?
of my followers, yeah. She's in Tiny's chat right now, saying some concerning things. And I want to make sure she's doing okay. So I was saying if one of y'all want to jump over there and tell her to come over. But I don't know if she's being hyperbolic about what they're talking about, or if she's being serious. And I don't know because I have it up and I have the chat up, but I have the volume muted, so I can't hear what they're talking about. In anything else.
You want to be therapist?
I'm actually pretty good at that.
Oh God, no! I would have to leave.
Why?
I don't know. I got enough problems on my own. I can't.
And if you ever want to talk about them with somebody, you can always talk to me.
No, right, but I wouldn't do it on stream. I would do it on.
No, that's totally fine, right? That's up to you.
You know,
yeah.
like
no,
I'd be like on stream. I'd be like, lloraría, tú sabes, pero in stream, fuck that.
The chats are unrelated to the conversation. Well, I don't know. If anybody over there wants to tell her to come on over.
Yo no voy a ser terapista de nadie. Yo soy muy directa. I could not be anybody's therapist because I grew up, I come from a different background. You know what I mean? I come from the pull up your bootstraps and fucking keep moving kind of. You know what I mean? I can't coddle people. I can't. I'm not. I'll listen to you. I'll give you advice. But I
Yeah.
won't coddle.
I'm not a coddler. I'm gonna be,
I can't.
generally very to the point. But if you're
You're
like,
very generous. You're very generous.
no,
I'll
I'm
say that.
generous, but I'm also going to give you like real advice. I'm not gonna be like, oh, everything's gonna be great. Blah, blah, blah. Like if I think you should stop doing something, I'm gonna be like, don't do that. That's one of my catchphrases when it comes to shit like that. Like I have a friend of mine who will be like, she'll be like, man, like I keep doing these things and they're not good for me. And I'm like, you know what you should do? And she'll be like, what? I'll be like, you should stop fucking doing that. So like I'm nice, right? I have a warm and open place, but I'm not going to give you advice that's not going to help you. Like I want to give advice that's actually going to help. Even if like it stings just a little bit, because, I'm here to actually help.
Which I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm sorry. Which side of your family is the Latino, Argentine?
My mother's side.
Your mother. Okay, so she spoke Spanish, right?
Yes. Oh, Cosmic, I'm going to go ahead and remove your message there.
Was she?
So she don't see it.
Was she the pull up by your bootstraps type of woman?
Nobody in my family is necessarily pull up by your bootstraps, but they're also not coddle you into everything. They're very, it depends on the situation, right? Sometimes yes, sometimes not. I see that, Cryptic. Good shit.
Hispanics, most of them. I don't know about. Again, that's why I ask you about your background.
I mean, my family is very like doctors, lawyers,
listen, they live by the chancla. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I was not a chancla kid because my mom was at work all day. My dad was at work all day.
I got the chancla many times.
I had nannies, so I didn't really.
Okay, see, you're different. You lived a different life. Okay.
Yeah, like my first nanny when I was a kid was like an African woman. When we lived in Niger, Lebanon, she used to carry me around in a sling to like the market and stuff.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, like on her back, right? And then
she does that in America, and people would be going crazy thinking that she's stealing a white baby.
Yeah, I know. She did come with us to America for a little while, though. Then I had.
I'm saying like carrying it,
No, I know. Yeah.
I've seen videos of people that have either are white with black looking children or black with white looking children, and people go crazy. Like they're like, oh, is that your child? They think they like kidnapped somebody's child.
People are fucking
I've seen videos like that.
But then when I was in Russia, I had Russian nannies. Cryptic, were you here the other day when I was showing like my little young buck? Well, not even buck, young child and baby pictures I was showing on stream. Candy, were you here for that?
I did see some of it, yes.
Yeah, I was.
Did you have a babushka as a?
So I had babushkas, as a nanny. Yeah, a couple different ones. One of them, Natasha, was really cool. She had a son who was in the Moscow Ballet, and so I got to go to the Moscow Ballet and see like some of the the big ones
that's
live there.
One thing I love about Moscow is that they're very heavily into the arts.
Oh yeah, big time. I learned. I started learning the piano when I was in Russia. And I had strict teachers too.
I wish we would push that a little bit more here. I don't think kids
for sure
push. Yeah, I think kids should be pushed more to be more into the arts. But
yeah, I mean, I went to acting school. Did I tell you that? Did you know that?
Yeah, but again, you had a nanny. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I went to acting school like in college years. Ballet is French. True.
Yeah, but the Russians are hardcore.
Or Italian.
Into ballet.
But the ballet is very big in Russia, yeah. Like I went to see Tchaikovsky's ballets live at the Moscow Ballet, where my nanny's son was like part of the ballet.
They're like, it's worse than boot camp. It's like brutal.
It is brutal, yeah.
They demand perfection. Like you have to.
That's a propaganda? Wait, what's propaganda about it? I'm not saying they invented the ballet. He's just goofing.
They're
He's
brutal. They're like they're boot camps for ballet. But they're very heavy.
I had.
art.
What are you saying? I'm saying I saw the ballet in Russia. I saw Tchaikovsky's ballets at the Moscow Ballet. What are you saying? What up, Daniel?
Italian.
Oh no, I missed it. Good catch, Daniel. Good catch.
Did you see my message I sent you?
Que cosa?
Because they were talking, and they were showing a video in a tiny stream where the guy kicked someone in the face, and they were. So
when
then
did you send
Daniel
me a message?
So then Daniel had put the little beast swirling around.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like acting like the cop, like, get down and stay down.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't reply back.
Oh, I must have missed it. Sorry. That's my bad. My bad. Wait, Cosmic, are you saying that the Russian ballet, like, arts teachers are not really strict? Because, I was taught, you know, I started learning how to play the piano when I was in Russia, and yeah, my teachers were pretty strict. And then later on, I had a Lithuanian teacher. Actually, the Lithuanian teacher was like the strictest teacher I ever had, but boy, oh boy, if he didn't get the best out of me. He's that kind of teacher who had like a ruler ready to smack you in the hand if you weren't holding them right on the keys. But, you know,
Shit, I had teachers that
he had me playing concerts, and I was fucking based. I wish I hadn't stopped playing piano, but, you know, 17-year-old. Parents going through a divorce, and you're like, I don't want to play piano anymore. And I played for like 11 years, too.
I had teachers that were, yeah.
No, my God. Oh, no. I don't think I said it was the Center Ballet. Did I say that? I don't think I said that.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. I said it that they took it very seriously in Russia, but I don't think I said it was the Center Ballet. Some of the most famous ballets in history did come out of Russia, though. Obviously. You know, Swan Lake being probably one of the most famous of all time. Playing piano was like the Whiplash. Yeah. I mean, not quite that crazy cryptic. But, God, I love that fucking movie. It is something I kind of understand, not to that extent, but I do kind of understand that from having had, like, strict piano teachers through my life at different points. But, no, that was like a whole other level, right?
Mm-hmm.
That shit was crazy. Shit was cray. You guys are funny. All right.
You know, once they reach a certain level where they could become really professionals, they start getting trainers that are no nonsense trainers.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, and they
oh yeah,
they fucking work your ass. Your toes be bleeding and shit.
Ooh,
and
speaking of Russia collapsing. Speaking of Russia collapsing, you may want to queue up Swan Lake, especially the main theme, right? The bum 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 ba bum ba bum ba bum 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 bum. That's my favorite composer. Cosmic's probably gonna facepalm because if it's anybody that's not his favorite composer, he will facepalm. But Tchaikovsky is my favorite composer.
Yeah, my nickname is based off of a ballet, The Nutcracker.
Oh, that is also
Yeah, yeah,
that
I'm
is also
kidding.
Tchaikovsky, and that
Get
is
it?
one that I
The
saw.
Nutcracker.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, there it is. There's the face bump, and I saw the
My
Nutcracker at the
nickname is
Moscow
Face.
Ballet as well. I saw Swan Lake and the Nutcracker. Both Tchaikovsky. It's not my favorite Tchaikovsky piece, though. You know what?
So
You know what? I can
beautiful.
actually play my favorite Tchaikovsky piece because it's too old to be copyrighted. Let's fucking go!
Listen, Swan Lake is so beautiful.
It is beautiful, but that's not my favorite.
Oh,
My favorite is
music?
Piano Concerto Number 1. I'll play a little bit of it.
It's so intense, and it has so many peaks and valleys, and it just talk about like music that moves you. That would be my.
I used to
song.
play this on the piano. I won't play the whole thing.
Hold on, let me mute so you don't hear in the background.
Yeah. I won't play the whole thing, but yeah, I used to play this song on the piano. Took me a long time to get this part right. I'm about to have a baby grand piano moved into my apartment, so y'all best believe I'm going to be getting back up on my piano playing skills. And it's a Steinway, motherfuckers. Like an 80-plus-year-old one. Oh my god, yeah. What would one of those go for? Like new? Let's see. Baby Grand Steinway. For sale. So brand new, one of those is going to be... Baby Grand. Like 7,000 at least. There's one. I'm seeing ones from like 84 for like 25,000. So ours has got to be like, yeah, from 1904 is like 80,000. So ours is probably around worth that much. I think my great aunt or my great aunt used to play like concert halls and shit. I love when it comes back in, like, strong. Oh, goosebumps. Goosebumps. Oh, man. I can't joke right now. I'm lost in the music. Listen, when it's that impressive, why would you let it go without playing with it? Let's be honest here. Play something with balls? What? Oh? What did he do? What do you mean? Oh. Absolute classic Cosmic. Great choice, buddy. Rhapsody in Blue, forever classic. If somehow YouTube ends up copywriting me on this, I'm gonna like be so fucking pissed off. I'm just gonna be like, okay, so then you just can't ever. It doesn't matter. Public domain doesn't matter to you degenerates. Remove some people. He demodded Sulfur? People were making Splinter servers and engaging in shenanigans. I was coming back to the main server and making false accusations about community members. What? I need more data. Wait. What? Why? Yo, you can't just drop it and not give me, like, supplemental information here. What? Gasper! Okay. All right, Daniel. Give me the lowdown. Catch me up.
So there's some updated like he released like a bunch of updated like server standards for this today on his stream, but basically there were members of this of the community that were making different splinter servers, and some of them it was sort of like some of them were like just normal clicks, just people trying to get away from what they deemed like there was a debate bro atmosphere or things like that. But what happened is that um, basically um, sulfur tends to be more on the leftist side,
Mm-hmm.
probably now. And so he's still on good terms. They're both still on good terms. But the main thing was that she was running a server, and until recently, it wasn't really being moderated as well. So you had individuals who were basically um, sort of like anti-fans who were
Mm-hmm.
in that because it was like the leftist area where they thought basically they wanted to have like a safe space from individuals whom they thought were too right wing, which included liberals, of course,
Oh my God.
and moderates. So, but basically, so you had the people who were anti fans who were basically just saying, just making up crazy stuff
Mm-hmm.
about Loner, and they were sort of coaching people to take these things back and ask these questions on the stream and in Loner's Discord, and so it was causing a bunch of messed up stuff, and a whole lot more drama than he was willing than he wanted to handle. So it was basically like where he's like he doesn't feel that she was trying to do this on purpose, but at the same time he felt like if you're going to be modding, you know, in that community, and you're also modding in his community, you sort of need to have things more under control.
Sure.
And then, of course, over the past few weeks, there's been like a lot of people who were there was like a certain member of the community, David. I'm not sure if you've heard of him before, but
Yeah, I think so. He went up against Athena at one point, right?
I believe so, yeah. But there are people who were trying to say that they were spreading around rumors that he was a predator.
What?
Or yeah.
Is it why?
Or
Because
that
he is it because he was pro-Israel? Is that why
I
they
have
were
a
making
feeling
shit
that
up?
I have a feeling that has to do a lot with it because
Oh my God.
because a lot of the accusations were coming from a lot of the Loner said that he's giving people a chance to sort of move on because he said he's like now I feel like an idiot because I believed some of these people who were sending me these screenshots and everything, but when I looked it up, everything was completely twisted out of context about it. So he's like, I'm giving these people a chance to basically chill, but if they don't, if they try and, you know, cause more trouble, then I'm going to basically out all of those individuals and let them know. So he's like, but like for the members who are like the anti fans, he already quietly removed them from the Discord. But yeah, basically like with David, like there was rumors going around that he was like either that he was like a you know like a you know an SA predator in the
For the
Discord or
chilling.
things like
Yeah.
but and then the other rumor was that he was racist because someone sent Loner a heavily edited screenshot that said something like, "Hey, my sand redacted," and then, but then the entire context of it was like how crazy would it be if you had two racist people, you know, and one of them said, you know, hello, my K word, and then hello, my
Jesus.
sand word.
Yeah.
But it was like he was just he was not like being like towards what he was just saying like when you read the whole context of it, he's like, hey, how crazy would this be? So he's sort of like sometimes edgy from what I've seen, but he's never like been overtly.
Yeah.
And so now basically Loner is also like he's going back over. He's basically granting like sort of amnesty from a lot of people who were banned by some of the mods recently over the past few months
Giving
to
them
give
another
them a
shot.
chance.
Yeah.
Giving them a chance to see because he's like,
He's
given
he couldn't
like some of the
trust the
stuff that's
mod team.
happened.
Yeah.
I mean, well, some of them, like a lot of them, some of them are good,
Sure.
but some of them,
I mean, it's the internet. There's gonna be some
they've
fucking
definitely
crazy
removed people based on like their political orientations and things like that. And so that's something why he sort of thought like it's like.
So you mean leftists were being dishonest? Nah.
Yeah. What do you? But yeah, he spent like a good part of like his stream like this morning, going over some of these things.
Speaking of which,
but yeah,
jump in the server in economics. Take a look real quick at what I've been dealing with all day.
How bad is this going to be?
Well, it's not that bad, but it's pretty annoying.
Where to start? How early? Because it seems to go
from
up
where
like
he
quite
tagged
a bit.
you from the message he tagged you in as well.
Oh, let's see.
Discord encourages a lot of cringy, clicky bullshit behavior. Cosmic.
Oh yeah,
it can be bad.
It does. But you know what? Like the crazy thing about it is like David has gotten he's gotten like banned several times and then brought back because it was just
someone like
ridiculous.
being mad at him for having a view that's not. Oh, it's a genocide. Oh my god, everything Israel sucks. Blah blah blah. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
I would love to have you more in my server, Cosmic, because you would be. Oh, Cosmic would be such a great person to have in there, don't you think, Daniel?
Well, yeah, that's true. I don't know. Does Cosmic use Discord?
He uses it to jump in the voice chat sometimes. Mika, come here.
That's true. No, but I mean, besides that,
I don't know. You have to ask him.
Yeah, I stay away from Discord.
It just sucks because it's like only me and Daniel going against these tankies. And so they think it's like evenly. I need them to understand that they are actually a minority.
Well, what happens is it's like the leftist Ouroboros of smelling one's own farts.
Exactly, bro. Just like in South
A
Park.
lot of it too, it's like, well, I don't know, I haven't been there in a long time, but a lot of it too is like a lot of memes and shit like that.
Yes, dude, that's what drives me the most crazy.
Yeah.
No arguments, just fucking memes.
Memes,
well,
right?
But that's
and
the
it's
thing.
like certain things. If you want to have a discussion,
like have a discussion. Yeah.
Memeing stuff is really kind of waters down your argument, or you just want to make a joke of something, and it's just kind of like, it's so cringe.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
No,
you're
that's
not
absolutely
dismissive.
true.
I think Cosmic, you're actually you're quite
Mika.
agreeable in voice, even when we disagree. Mika. But I want to see you be dismissive towards these motherfuckers in text. Oh my god, bro. That would make my day. Are you kidding me? Like, they already know what to
Cosmic.
expect out of me and Daniel, and they already kind of dismiss our arguments because they're not lefty arguments. But, like, having another person who's, you know, well-educated as well, it'd be nice. I'd ask neighbor Rooney, but, like, I don't think he discords. You say please. You say please. Say please. You gotta be a little louder than that, okay? Say please.
Oh.
That's a girl.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is interesting. Independent Australia. Oh yes, I definitely know where this is.
What part are you at right now?
I'm just looking up the link that he linked.
Oh no, Grace. I'm so
The-
sorry.
Oh no.
Damn. My love to you and Rye. Give him a big hug from me, okay?
Condolences. Definitely sending condolences to you.
Mika. Can you say hi to Grace? You say hi to Grace? Say hi. That's a girl. So what part are you at, Daniel?
I'm just looking at this article he linked at like 5:36 a.m. from Independent Australia.
Let's see.
Basically.
Oh, that's even before him. But then get into the back and forth as well. Like, read through the back and forth.
Oh, I will. But basically, looking at this article, it definitely has a
You hear
bent.
that, Mika? You're helping her. You're helping her out. Mwah. Good girl.
It definitely has a bend that
Of course it does.
definitely is. Yeah, it's like surprise, surprise.
Well, and
It
you'll
has
see
a
I'll
bit
bring
of
it up
a
later,
left
but I'm like, bro, like, Australia, like, the worldwide recovery was largely boosted by the American recovery.
It's like this article. One of the articles that's really hilarious here is on this site. Greta Thunberg and crew
Oh,
kidnapped.
Cosmic. She means Mika, I think.
Yeah, so they refer to it as Greta being kidnapped.
Oh my god, bro.
On
That's
this
so
news
funny. People referring to that as being kidnapped as if they didn't know that's what was. Everybody knew that was what was going to happen. Everybody knew.
Oh yeah.
You hear
Let's
that?
see
You're
it.
getting a thank you.
Another title article. Western
getting a thank you.
hypocrisy
Well,
calls for
guess what?
Iran to de-escalate.
Article on did they put over there?
The website that he linked.
That
Yeah,
not
it's
me.
just-
That Josh linked. It's very
Yeah, I
lefty
know.
point of view. Very pro-Iran.
Yeah.
Hi. Hi. What are you doing? Yeah.
Well, it's basically the whole article is.
Yeah.
I mean, not the whole website
Well,
is like.
I said, I don't engage because it's like
Okay, go ahead.
everything's a meme. So it's like, how could you have a serious conversation with people who just want a meme?
Well, yeah, exactly.
I mean, this isn't just a meme. It's just some crazy shit.
Yeah, I know. It's an article.
I miss
Yeah, know.
calling to see baby boy or baby girl.
But that's the funny thing about it, because they will try and be. There are certain things that they try to act serious and outraged about, but it's like a performative outrage.
Yeah, they don't give a shit.
Yeah. That's why I don't engage, because
It's like Dean.
Like, yeah.
It's like Parker and Dean.
Oh man. The
I don't watch
microaggressions
TV,
thing, when you like
no.
watch them talk about it, it just feels so disingenuous, does it not? Oh, Monty, well, Grace, I love you and I get your feelings, but however much you miss him probably isn't even like an iota of how much I miss him every single day. I still choke up every once in a while when I'm just standing in the kitchen and I have to go and give Mika a hug. I mean, he was my boy. He was an incredible
Say that
dog.
again. I missed.
No, she's talking about my last dog.
Oh.
Yeah, who passed away in 2021. I was just glad that he got to see a world where he passed away with Joe Biden being president. So there was at least that. Monty was a Shepherd, Husky, Lab, and Chow mix. He was absolutely gorgeous. Let me see if I can find a picture of him. And he was really smart, just like Mika. Really well trained, just like Mika. Really good boy. Yeah, of course. Of course. You know I'll always be here for you guys. Ah, wait, before I go there.
Daniel, and the other.
Before I go there, I'm going to show this picture. Hey! Look at these happy faces right here. Look at these happy faces right here. Look at these guys. Look at these guys. Grace and I dominated at the go-kart track, by the way. We kicked ass.
Pictures or it never happened.
I literally just showed the pictures of us at the go-kart track.
No. Of you kicking ass.
Grace can back me up. Grace, did we not kick ass?
Listen. Pictures or it never happened.
You whooped my fucking ass. The last race I won. What are you talking about?
So the truth comes out.
See?
You came in second.
The truth comes out. You
came in second in the last one. What are you talking about?
She said she put you over her knee and
she did not.
You. That's what she said.
She did not.
Listen, she put you over her knee like a baby.
We killed it. Thank you. Yes. We did.
She said she spanked you.
Yeah, that last round, the first 2 times she did better than me, but the last one I had the best time. And then she had the second best time.
She won 2 out of 3.
Yeah, she won 2 out of 3. That's true.
So she spanked you.
He's only counting his wins, you know, Daniel? Yeah. He only counts his wins. The other
no,
ones never
I literally said the last one. I said the last
I know, I'm teasing.
Yeah.
God.
No cheating. No cheating. There was no cheating. Hey, it's go-kart track. How you gonna cheat? Yeah, it's a lot of fun, Cosmic.
Yeah, you throw the blue shell at people.
That's how I would do it, Daniel. I'd be like, those don't count, Daniel. These are the ones that count. Mine count. Yours never counted. That was a fluke. You know, that was, you were cheating. Casper does every time to Jordan. You're watching Tiny stream and you're cheating when he does daily. That's pretty much how I would approach it. You're cheating. That was cheat. That was not fair. Those don't count.
Cheating is ramming a bro to the wall with others stated, but of course not. I can't be shaving off seconds by ramming somebody into a wall. You lose speed there. Can't do that.
What I was also gonna say, Daniel, is that and then when you do find somebody that kind of wants to engage in the conversation, as soon as you start, showing them proof of what you're saying, they all of a sudden start calling you a retard, an idiot, a retard, blah, 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 because that's their go-to. If they're losing the argument, now you're a retard. Now you're an idiot or a moron. It's like, again, it's like, at this point, it's not even worth engaging with these people. Que linda. Mío, que lindo.
I miss him. I miss him so much. He was such a good boy.
Looks a little bit like he reminds me of like what's that the dingoes a little bit like
definitely
yes
he was
what kind of
photogenic there. He's like, oh, I'm shy.
sweetest, most gentle soul.
Look at him.
Uh-huh.
He's like, oh, I'm being coy.
I can
Oh
only
my
watch a
God.
few
Let's
more.
take a
I can only look
picture.
at a few more of these before like
While
I
he's
start
looking at the
crying.
camera, he's like, come on, don't look. Don't
I
take
can
a
only
picture.
look at a few more of these before I start crying, guys. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, don't want to hear you cry.
It
Let's
will be.
stop
It's not
right
gonna be
there.
loud. It's gonna be quiet. Look at this boy. Look at this boy. Look at that. Representing.
I get.
Very sneaky for a snack. This is a great picture that I love. I came home and I found him like this with a pizza bag around his neck.
He wanted pizza. What?
Yeah.
What's the problem?
Oh, and then the other thing too that I noticed is that
He
like
looks so pleased. He thought he got away with it. He looks
Go
so
ahead.
pleased with himself. Sorry, go ahead.
the other thing that I noticed too with Josh and Leo specifically is it's pretty much like, and I've brought it up before, it's almost like their points, positions, and arguments. It's like they feed a prompt into Chat GPT to come up with an argument for a debate topic.
Yeah, for
A lot of
real.
time.
A lot of times they
And
just
they
post like
they
these
don't
big
even know
walls
what
of
it means.
text, and we're like, what?
It's like there was like a point like about a week and a half ago that Leo tried to say was an example of whataboutism, but it isn't, because it's like it was on the topic of billionaires.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like his point was trying to say that like every billionaire is evil because money is power and power corrupts. And so the point that I made is it is true that money can be a form of power and that sometimes power does corrupt, but there are other forms of power that are non-monetary that can corrupt
Mm-hmm.
also. And so he's like,
Correct.
he tried to say that's an example of whataboutism, but whataboutism is like if you
No, it's not.
completely ignored the point
Right.
that the person made and then just jumped into something out of left field.
No, actually, whataboutism is when you compare, like when say, oh well, Trump is bad. Well, what about what Biden did? That's kind of like trying to negate your argument by comparing the same, or kind of like trying to say that this behavior equates to this, which in
Yeah,
reality it's not. It's kind of
yeah, it's sort of like saying, gee, Stalin, maybe you should stop sending people to the gulags and offing them in the tens of thousands. And then Stalin basically saying, well, what about segregation in the US and Jim Crow? Okay,
right.
that's bad, but you
What
just
about it?
completely ignored a
Right.
valid
It's
point.
not right. It's not what we're talking about. It's completely
Yeah,
different. Yeah.
it's a deflection.
How I know I don't mean to change the subject, but how is it? Okay, so how is it that women lose their
Wait, hang on,
bodily
hang on,
autonomy?
hang on. You guys gotta watch this. Watch this video real quick. Show you how well trained my boy was, and then I'll stop with the doggy pics because I'm getting sad. All right, you watching?
Mm-hmm.
All right, watch this. Oh, that was my boy. She can balance treats. So Mika can balance treats on her nose, but she hasn't quite gotten down the catching them off her nose quite like he has. He was an absolute pro.
Slow motion is
Absolute pro.
that's in slow motion and shit. Like,
Oh shit!
it's
Was
really
that
good.
the last
What I
one?
was saying, Daniel, tell
Yeah.
tell me how women lose their bodily
Oh,
autonomy.
never mind.
We're
Grace did
sending
have the best time.
we're
I
sending
remembered incorrectly.
immigrants to gulags. We're firing federal workers. And the Trump it's waste, fraud, and abuse, right? The Trump side. Um, women of bodily autonomy. Oh, we're pro-life. It's always an excuse for everything he does. Oh, no more wars. We bomb Iran. That's fine. We're okay with that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But then
It,
the
it all
Epstein files don't come out, and that's the shit they lose their shit on.
well, it all makes sense. when you realize
He
that
was supposed to lower prices and tariffs is raising prices. No, that's fine. We're okay with that. But the Epstein file, that's the shit they're losing their fucking minds over.
I mean, it all makes sense when you realize that waste equals civil liberties, fraud equals having access to decent health care, and abuse
Right.
is just being able to live.
But I get that. But I'm like, all this shit that's happening right now, people being sent without due process. Now they're just picking up people off of, work sites. Uh, they look at what happened in Texas because they cut funding to Nora. You know what I mean? The they gutted the agencies that put protections for consumers. They gutted those agencies, federal agencies that are there to protect the consumer, to protect the people. No, we don't need that. That's waste. That's fraud. But the Epstein files, that's where I'm going to draw the line. Like I am so baffled because I watched the stuff, the news and stuff, and this is all you could see everybody talking about. People losing their fucking mind over the Epstein, and I'm like, that's where they drew the line. Like all this other bad stuff is fine, but
You know
this,
what I like to think?
Just
You know,
just to be clear, because she did send me the pictures, I was wrong. Grace was faster than me on that last lap by half a second. So claps for Grace. Claps for Grace.
Oh.
She did very well.
Oh wait, so it was a complete sweep?
No, that was the last round. I don't remember where we were for the first two rounds. I don't think I did very well in the first two rounds. I remember I did badly in the first one, and then I got way better in the second one, and then I had my best times in the last one.
Hey Jordan.
Dave Baroni, this is not. I don't think it's narrative. I don't think it's a narrative. It's just like all the shit out of all the shit that they could lose their minds over. This is the one they're losing. That's what amazes me. It's
Hang
not.
on, I want to hear what
not that-
Daniel has to say. Daniel, go ahead.
I mean, it seems a bit. It sounds a bit out of left field and sort of crazy. But what if Elon's plan, when he was getting access to for like Doge and everything, was he had ulterior motives as well, just to have a bit of insurance as well, digging up things in case he wanted to start his own political party if things went south.
Wait, say it again. I ADHD'd out for a second. Say it one more time.
So Elon got access. He was granted access to pretty much so many different classified things for Doge and things. So, like, now that he's been sort of like on the warpath these past few weeks, I sort of wonder if he also had sort of like a break glass in case of an emergency plan.
Yeah, I'm kind of gonna side with Cosmic. Elon doesn't give me the impression that he thinks that far ahead about things.
However, I do think that some of the information they did take was to kind of the whole part of the DEI thing to target people, maybe even immigrants, see who has tax.
And yeah,
tax
Grace,
IDs.
if we had more laps, you and I would have been probably first and second from there forward, because by that point, I had that track down. I knew how to hit every turn and everything, and I'm sure you were in the same spot. So I think it just would have been you and me all day after that point. I think we had some space between us and the other people.
I think they were trying to target people that might have donated to a Democratic Party. I think that they were looking. I think they were mining for information, absolutely, but I don't think it was for a political party.
Oh, you're right. It was us top four, so it would have been between us top four probably.
But again, yeah, even if he starts a political party, right? Let's say he does, which would be hard to do,
or top
because
three,
he would need
really.
an amount of votes and some amount. Who would be the candidate? Because he couldn't be the candidate. Like, let's say, what is he going for? Midterms, like senators only? He could be a senator, but he can't be president.
Look at our pro skill scores. You and I were
don't
way
think
above everyone else.
deliberately,
Well, Yumi and was Grumpy Coast, was that Tyler? Yumi and Tyler were way ahead of everybody on the pro scores.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that he deliberately wanted to get close, just so he could dig stuff up. But I think it was sort of like when he sort of fell into sort of things that he thinks could be useful. It's like, oh, look at this. That's my point I'm making. Not that there was like some long
No,
game
I
plan.
think he did get into
When he
stuff.
came across stuff, he's like, maybe I should keep this.
Oh, anything
I
else
think
is
he did,
over.
yes.
You know what to do,
Because
Daniel.
it's
By the
bad
way,
that
have you kept
he downloaded data from some of these places.
Tyler Wasileski? Who was Grumpy Coast? Oh, that was
Why would he need to
Alex.
download data?
Right? That's Alex.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's Alex. Grumpy Coast was Alex.
And Neighboroni, I'm answering Neighboroni. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that
So the three of us were way
out of
ahead of
all the
everybody
things that they could lose their shit on, this being one of them, to me it seems a little over the top. You know what I mean? Like, why is it such a thorn in their side to know what's the Epstein list?
That sucks.
Who's in the list? You know what I mean? Like, why would why lose your shit over that? Like, it just seems silly to me. Like, okay, maybe there is a list, maybe there isn't. I don't know. It just seems it's a little over the top for what it is. You know what I mean? Like losing your health care and losing the people losing their health care and losing their, food assistance that for poor people, that would be to me more consequential, you know what I mean, than the Epstein files. But you got them losing their minds over Epstein files. And yet they've been doing all these cuts and nobody cares. Nobody.
What do you mean nobody cares? A lot of people care.
I'm talking about the right, babe.
A lot of people care on the right.
The MAGA. We're talking about the MAGA base.
Well, the MAGA
is losing their minds.
Listen,
I'm talking about the MAGA base that is losing their mind over the Epstein file.
The MAGA base will, when it comes to policy, bad policy, they're gonna find any way to excuse Trump until it starts, hurting them.
I'm talking about the ones that are losing their minds over specifically.
Yeah, his approval is dropping for sure.
Yeah, his approval is dropping, and it's gonna drop, and it's gonna go, But again, not, elderly people losing their Medicare. They depend on who's gonna take care of these old people because some of them are in like these places where they keep. I don't even know what they're called. What are they called?
Like nursing homes.
Yeah, like nursing homes, and what pays for the nursing home is Medicare. You know what I mean? And they got round the clock clearance. So where are these old? They will get kicked out, and so this to me is more important. An Epstein list, yeah, it would be interesting to see what's in there, but not to the point where I would lose my shit over. Like they're losing their shit over the Epstein files. It's mind-boggling to me.
The Pareto principle: 80% of the content outrage you see online is from 20% of the people. Yes, I always have to fucking remind people about this. People don't understand that.
Yeah.
I have to say this constantly. The fact that I have to continue to say this constantly pisses me off. Because, like, by now, people should know. You should fucking know that half the shit you're seeing, all the crazy shit you're seeing, is from a minority of, like, extreme people. And most people are just regular fucking people. But, like, people don't seem to... It doesn't seem to fucking sink in for
even though
people.
it's just the 20% of people, it's everywhere. It is you go to NBC, it's there. ABC, it's there. CBS is
September.
there. CNN, it's there. MSNBC is there. You go to every fucking network, and that's what they're fucking talking. So every time I go look for the news, that's all the fuck they're talking about. They're talking about
Green Day never wakes up. Is that what you're like? When September ends, wake me up. Is that where we're going with this, or is there something that I'm? Oh, there's always new people joining the internet. It was like a wake me up when September ends joke. Young kids. Yeah. And young people are like radical, which is like normal. You're kind of supposed to be a little more radical when you're younger. Yeah. Eternal September. Let's look. Let's see this. Unfamiliar with this concept.
Did you see anything else from the beginning, Jordan?
What?
Did you see anything else in the beginning? Did you
Oh,
see when they
I
were
watched a
talking
little bit of
about?
it.
Okay, did you see when they were talking about the whole 100 most influential people?
No.
Okay, so they were talking about like they were looking at Time's most influential, and basically went popular streamer, blah blah, top 100, and Dan was going over the list, and he was like, I don't know half the, 80% of this list, I don't even know who the fuck they are.
Mm-hmm.
And then one of the videos of popularity is this little kid, and then Tiny tells him to look it up. So he looks up the little kid, and it's this little kid where there's another kid that goes up to him, and he's like, basically like, beat it, nerd. I don't need help from an autistic, blah 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 kid. And this is the content that this kid puts out there, right? He's basically shaming this other kid, calling him autistic and whatnot. These are two kids. The kid probably is like maybe 12 years
A
old,
little chilling.
no more
Yeah.
than that. Right. And I'm thinking to myself, this is the content that they're putting out there, and there's other kids out there watching this, and this normalizes this kind of behavior. It normalizes where one kid can call, "Oh, you're an autistic fuck. Get the fuck away from me."
Right.
And other kids see that, and that's not a good thing. It's not. It's not a
I
good thing
agree.
that these type of things exist
I agree. Stop saying
out
autism.
there.
Just call him a fucking retard. Jesus Christ.
I get you, Joe, right? Basically what he was saying. I don't need an autistic, piece of shit like you. Because the kid was playing chess, and he was like, the other kid comes up to him and says he's gonna checkmate you. I can help you play. He's like, I don't need no help from an autistic little shit like you.
Jesus
The
Christ.
fuck are you? You know what I mean? Yeah. And I'm like, that this is normalizing behavior. People think, oh, babe, oh, that kid just owned that other kid. And we have this attitude, not we, a lot of people on the internet have this attitude. Oh, I own owning
Yeah,
this,
it's always
owning
about owning somebody and winning a thing. It's really
somebody.
stupid.
And
Yeah.
but what it's doing, it's breeding a certain kind of behavior that is not good. It is really not, because
Yeah.
it desensitizes you to real human suffering. Do you know what I mean?
Ratio. Yeah. Yeah, of course. I mean,
When,
like,
when
the internet is like a place, it's so often a place for blood sports, like that's a lot of what it's devolved into. And, yeah, I don't like it. It's bad. That's bad.
Yeah, but then like what happens is these people, when they leave the confines of their internet, they think that real life is the same way, and they can talk to people a certain way, and they don't, or
Well,
just,
yeah, apparently,
you
like,
want to engage.
Gen Z is fucking dog shit in the workforce is something I hear a lot from, people.
It's like, if you want to hold an intelligent adult conversation, let's do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We don't need memes. We don't need to call each other retards or low IQ
But I
or
love calling
bullshit
people
like that,
retards.
because you're losing the argument,
Right.
and that's what it comes down to. You can't even have a discussion without being insulted in the
Sure.
process,
Yep.
because and it's just it dehumanizes you. You know what I mean? Like, you see shit like that, and people no longer feel empathy for other people because they're always mad, angry, always got their guard up, always think that somebody's coming for them. It's like we're losing our humanity, Jordan.
Yep. True. We are.
We are.
god. Where'd Daniel go? Daniel, come back. I want you to keep reading the thing in the Discord. You didn't finish. We didn't finish talking about that. Oh. Some people can only talk that way. It's funny to see. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And, like, they're supposed to, like, go out and get jobs and, like, be functioning people in society. And it's like they're going to go into work and they're going to say some stupid shit. They're going to be like, why do you hire me? That's so not based, bro. And they're going to be like, because you're a fucking liability, dude. Yeah, the being able to just say whatever you want behind a keyboard is so toxic. So toxic. Really bad.
It really is. And I mean, you could say whatever you want. You just don't have to be an asshole, or toxic about it. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I don't understand this need to be like, owning somebody
all the
or
time.
just insulting someone else.
I mean, I have to be able to do it, right? Because it's like my shit. I'm gonna have to beat people in debates and shit. There's a sulfur multi-cylinder engine and advanced circuit. Ugh.
You think so, Cosmic? You think the on it? Well, yeah, well.
I hope so. I hope so.
I don't know. I'm not.
Think you can use it to beat people? Then I get. Wait,
no.
What do you mean? If I can use what to beat people? The anonymity? Wait, what are you talking about?
It's all of it is insane. These people who go after people and relentlessly harass, like right now, what Danny was talking about, Lorna Box, people calling him all kinds of rape. That's not cool. That is so not cool. Rapist, pedophile, all this stuff.
Yep.
This is not. It's not cool to do this. The shit that Ethan went through with these assholes over here, the shit that Destiny goes through because of his shit with Pixie, like this is not acceptable behavior. It's not.
No, I agree.
And people should call it out.
I had to use.
Instead of saying,
I'm saying I have to like.
Instead of saying,
in like the.
You need to call it out.
In like the debate world, people use that kind of shit. It's not. I don't use it to like win an argument. It's just part of the vernacular in this arena. I don't always like it.
No, I think he was joking, Cosmic, when he was like, "Only me, I can excuse." I think he was silly. But yeah, this when they. You don't watch Destiny Alive, and honestly, I've backed away from watching Destiny 2. After that shit with Krynax, I rarely watch, but every now and again, I'll click in and listen in, and he was talking about how somebody in the what's that site that had his videos? Fuck. What was the site that had his videos, Jordan? Jordan.
Hang on one second.
What was the site? Kiwi Farms. God damn it. Okay. You focus on what you're doing. So anyway, Destiny had said in Kiwi Farm that he's seen someone in Kiwi Farm say that they were taking, I don't know, they were off or vacation or either summer vacation, I don't know what it was. And that we're gonna use that time to basically uh mine for anything Destiny related and basically just kind of be a hateful little bitch. You know what I mean? And it's like, is this what you want to use your time off for? Like, really? Like, this is what you're dedicating your time to? I don't get this type of insane behavior where people obsess, get obsessed over somebody and relentlessly and create subreddits dedicated to hating someone. Uh, it's a lot. It's a lot. The thing. Yeah, I get it that they're trying to make money, but come on, there's I don't know these. I get that they're trying to make money, but it's you gotta have better. Like I said, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Of all the things you could do with your time, to spend your time doing that, just to hate on someone, it's kind of crazy. And it happens a lot. A lot.
Uh,
Uh,
I watched lots of Destiny streams since we came to account years as 90% streamer TMZ. Mostly COVID research recently, yes. Drama farming pays, they're trying to make money. True. Tiny streams not in that one. Well, lately it's like, since the Iran thing, there hasn't been that many bombastic things that happened. So he's probably going to be more focused on the on
what?
Drama shit.
Destiny does some drama, but he also does things. I've listened to, again, like I told you, I listen to his stream sometimes, and he gets sometimes into science and stuff, and I do like those streams where
It
talking
depends
about
on what he's
science.
talking about. Sometimes he talks about things, and I'm like,
Um,
oh, Tiny, you don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe.
The lawsuit
I
breakdown?
get it. No. We're not talking about the lawsuit, bro. I'm talking about people who dedicate themselves to create subreddits and go into communities and just spread hate against another person. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, okay. Um, yes, you're absolutely right, number one. I cannot disagree with you on that. Sometimes I go and see, I jump on to see if Destiny is going to talk about anything that's happening now, current events, and it's really about it's slop. It's slop, and it's like, and I would love to get his point of view on current events, stuff that's happening right now, and he's kind of like just slopping away. and I tune him out. I leave when he does that because I'm not into that kind of stuff.
The drama slop. Yeah, but you gotta pay the bills.
You could,
and it pays the bills.
I get it. I get it, but
and some of it, well, you actually, I know for a fact there was certain drama that you were just eating right up. What? I remember.
Go ahead, which one?
The Darius and Xena drama. You were all over that.
Oh, but that was live when it was happening. That was funny.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, for those of us who've been around for a while, it was like, oh man, Darius and Xena are fighting again? What a fucking surprise.
Right, but that was live. Like, it's not like he's talking about the drama that happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was happening live, and that's why I was eating it up, because it was happening right then and there. I was like, oh, shit. He talked about she had how many abortions? Like,
oh my god, I know, dude. That was unhinged.
It was crazy. It was crazy.
That was fucking unhinged.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't.
The real world was a mistake. Yeah. True.
It's funny that you say the real world, because the real world was an MTV thing, right?
Yeah.
The real world.
I was watching music. I agree.
I recently.
Isn't one of those dudes in Trump's fucking cabinet now? Sean Duffy. Yeah.
I've recently
I do have a guilty pleasure though, and that's Chef Ramsay's TV
the very
shows.
first MTV, MTV episode, for the first episode of the MTV. It was very different. They actually had people on there kind of talking about a little bit. I don't know, look it up if you want. First episode of MTV. It was very good.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next two presenters have done for fake news what the Fox News Channel has done for fake news. Please welcome Stephen Colbert and Jon Stewart.
Back when these two dudes were
MTV,
fucking dope all the time.
MTV has kind of steered away from music television and kind of started. They don't even do.
Thank you very much.
Hang on,
Pleasure to be here tonight.
Good evening, godless sodomites.
You used to be so based, dog.
We're in Hollywood, the belly of the beast.
You can't just read the prompter?
I'm reading the prompter in here.
Jon Stewart, yes.
You can read that pablum.
Award show banter is not pablum. Reality television celebrates the human condition.
So was Bill Maher. Bill Maher used to be so big.
By illuminating what's extraordinary in the ordinary.
He used to fucking tell it like it is, and now he's.
It warps the minds of our children and weakens the resolve of our allies.
I'm not rehashing this argument.
He's an Elon supplicant.
The results are often dramatic and always unexpected. We're here to honor achievement in that category.
By giving you a golden idol to worship. Kneel before your God, Babylon!
He tried to normalize
this is about
Trump.
the Manilow thing.
I lost to Barry Manilow!
He's very funny. And I make jokes that I would never dare to say in front of Clinton. Are you fucking kidding me?
I lost to the Copacabana!
That's
singing and
right
dancing
there.
is not performing!
But he used to be
Wolverine, I could
big.
have lost him.
And so was Jon Stewart.
Oh, Jon Stewart just isn't the same nowadays. He's just not the same.
He's not. It's like looking at also Saturday Night Live, right? Old Saturday Night Live and
Yeah.
the new shit. Old Saturday Night Live was very political, and they did not. They did not. They didn't pull. They pulled punches. They didn't care. You know what I mean? They were very controversial for that time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh,
It's changed. I lost a berry, man.
yeah, it's a lot.
Go back.
You
We
know,
have to go back. Yeah.
George Carlin was in the very first
Oh.
episode of
Very first episode of SNL. Yep.
Yes. And again, he was controversial for
Of
his
course.
time. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, he's
and
still controversial
but
to a lot
now,
of people today.
well,
A lot of people be like,
he's no
George would
longer-
get
yeah.
canceled now. And I'm like, well, no, I don't think George would get canceled right now. He is the GOAT.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. He is
No,
absolutely
he was.
the GOAT.
Everything he said is just.
He was a cranky old man. True.
He was, but he was.
That's not true. He told
Everything
jokes.
he said, it's so funny. Like everything he said applied to when he said it back then, and it still applies today. Like you listen to, you could just almost. It's still.
Okay.
And it,
Why do they have why on the top of a farm, right, do they make a weather vane a cock, as in like a rooster? Because if it were a cunt, the wind would blow right through it.
wow.
There you go. That's a George Carlin joke.
Wow.
Wow, I
Listen,
can't believe you facepalmed
okay.
at that. You just
Can
set
I-
on
can I-
not liking him. Just a minute.
Can I, as a female, can I add to a little bit of that?
Okay.
It's not my joke, but can I add? Okay. So it either passed through it or it went.
Oh my god.
Get it? As the wind passes, it's like.
Another one I like is when he says they pray millions and millions of prayers to God every single day, and usually on Sunday, his day off. That's a funny one. Oh, you know, a lot of jokes. You doubt its provenance. I can show it. I can show you the clip. That's a good one. Think about how stupid the average person is and realize that half of them are dumber than that. Classic.
Mm-hmm.
A bomb. Oh, yeah. A bomb and a dick. Think about it. When it goes off, he wouldn't know if you were coming or going. Hey.
Hey. Hey, yo.
When he was talking about different methods of capital punishment. Classic. Classic. All right. So
I
Tiny.
think George Carlin, he was, to me, George Carlin was like more than a comedian. He was super intelligent. You know what I mean? He was,
a smart guy.
to me, he was a very intelligent man.
Mm-hmm. Ahead of his time in a lot of ways.
Yeah, he had a lot of wisdom. It's like listening
love
to
his
him,
bit.
you laugh.
I love his
You
bit
laugh, but
on,
at the
like,
same time, you grab the little bits of wisdom within
yeah,
what he's
I think
saying.
a
It's
really
like,
good one, for example, that I like is his piece on like the how language has changed over time, and it takes a lot of like the emotion and the gravity out of it. That's a really interesting piece.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. The
Like,
shell shock
like
one.
you
That's
don't.
the one I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
you can't. Yeah, you again, like I'm saying, yeah, you just again, it was like some comedians tell jokes, some tell stories, and it's kind of funny. He had bits of
Gonna have to
real
save these for
life
later, Neighbor Rooney, because I'm pretty sure Carlin gets copyrighted.
and bits of wisdom in it, where you kind of like was like, oh shit, yeah, he's right when it comes to this. He's right when it comes to that.
Did you ever see
So
his piece
that's why I
on
enjoyed
the N word? That shit was wild. Oh man.
You could show it maybe at again. You need a
7
logo
dirty
for
words you can't say on television.
Mira.
And you know what? You can say spare me, but that ended up leading to a landmark case in American history. So you can eat a dick.
Jordan, I
so like Carlin
suggested it
can
before.
file
I'm
a
gonna
claim
suggest
right
it
now.
again. You need after a certain time. You need
I'll
to
just
say.
save it. I'll just save it for after we say bye to YouTube.
That's what I was telling. I was about to tell you.
Yeah.
You need to have a logo for Jordan World After Hours.
After dark. Daniel, get back up here. Get back up here. We're not finished talking. We were talking earlier, and then you fucking took off.
Yeah. You need a logo and be like After Dark, and then you turn off the YouTube, and then we can start showing all kinds of shit.
Jordan After Dark.
Inappropriate. Yeah.
Stripping for tips.
Hey.
Heyo.
Isn't that what Denims was doing? Did you
Wait,
see
is that what
thing,
Denims was doing?
Denims put.
Denims got naked?
No. Supposedly she has an OnlyFans. Okay.
What?
But on the Destiny
Listen.
stream, she had posted some pictures of
I need
her
to do
in
some
lingerie, kind of, and you know, very posing very seductively, kind of like saying like she has to prostitute herself now to pay for lawyers or some shit like that. The implication is that she's prostituting herself now.
It does look like she did
money.
in OnlyFans, but
yes,
like
she
one
has
of
an
those
OnlyFans.
ones where she doesn't actually take her clothes off.
Well, she does. I don't know if but you
Yeah,
actually looked it up.
just
Like,
nudes.
you know.
Yeah, not nudes. Yeah, I just did
Yeah.
some very serious and professional research here for a second. Daniel, I still want to talk about the conversation I was having in Discord. You didn't finish. We didn't finish.
Jordan is like, what? Denim took off her clothes? Hold on.
Yeah, I had to research. Isn't it more weird to sell lewds? No, it's more weird if you buy lewds. If you can get away with selling them, bro, like, all power to you, bro. Like, I'm not gonna hate on that. If you get people to pay you money for you not even to take your clothes off, like, good for you. Good work. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, but you don't necessarily have to get naked, as far as I know. I think there's like foot fetish, OnlyFans.
Yeah.
You know what you have to do is take pictures of your feet or show your feet.
It's vile in both ways of the transaction. Are you like an anti-porn person, Cosmic? My friend went through all the leaks and sketchy sites and found nothing. Yeah, I just did a cursory search and nothing that good. I think Casey Tron apparently tried to do one too. I heard that. You're not anti-porn? So then I don't understand. Why do you, what's your issue with it? My post a few up? Huh? Getting grandma meds I can't get on right now. Okay. Well, when you're done, jump on in. The scale and commercialization of sex. I mean, it's sort of inevitable. No, that's not it. I just wanted to finish Because I was having a conversation in the Discord and I just wanted Daniel to come in and validate my feelings.
It's bad for the soul to do what?
I just don't think it's that big of a problem. If women can make money showing their bodies off and people are going to pay them for it, let them do it. I don't care. There should be shame attached to it? Why? I mean, if you're going to have shame, that should be personal. It shouldn't be like outward shame.
Don't.
Yeah, that is funny. I agree.
No.
Normalizing these society-breaking actions.
No.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Correct.
You don't think you're taking it a little bit too seriously?
Society does not decide what is shameful. Each individual person has the ability to decide for themselves what they find is tasteful.
You're being a
You
little
are
Puritan right now. This is a bit of
You
a
are
Puritan point of view.
You are. You don't realize it, but you are a Puritan.
True that an individual sets societal values. I'm not saying that. I didn't. First of all, I didn't make that claim.
I said that.
Yeah. But I just don't really care. Societal values change over time. Not based on individuals,
Absolutely.
but general societal changes. The societal values that we have now weren't the same societal values that we had 50 years ago. Doesn't mean we're necessarily breaking society. That's just how societies evolve.
Historically, societies were very open. Let's put it that way. I'm not going to get into it anymore again.
I mean, it depends on the
get
society.
triggered. Historically, societies just
I don't know if I would make that blanket
very
statement.
open.
It just really depends. Reverse cowgirls only chat. Reverse? But then how do you get a good look at the titties? Alright, I guess you're an ass guy.
God.
Fair enough. Fair enough. If you're an ass man, fair enough.
But yeah.
Everyone is an ass man. I mean, I like ass, but I'm a titties guy. Documentary Money Shot. Why? What's it about? Are you face-palming me for my personal preference? Cool. What's it about? You are face-palming me for my personal preference. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know there was a lot of, like, exploitative shit on Pornhub. I do know about that. Obviously, that kind of shit is bad. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
But that's kind of why, like, I support platforms like OnlyFans. It puts a lot more control in the hands of, like, the creator. I'm not saying it's perfect by any means, but...
And let's not forget that what people call society norms doesn't apply to men when it comes to that kind of shit.
This OnlyFans, I'm against its normalization
It
in
only has to
society.
do with
Okay,
women.
so maybe we
Women
should
should feel
clarify
some
here.
shame.
What do you mean by normalization in society exactly? So Tanya was saying about several years ago, all the credit agencies clamped down on adult sites because they have to guarantee payments. OnlyFans can still be women getting pimped out, sure, and obviously, like, there should be shit done to, like, mitigate those things. No one's going to disagree with that. You know, we should make sure that women are safe. As in, it should be taboo to use it. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. Like, we shouldn't stigmatize people because of how they make their money. The only thing that's taboo on Naboo is sand. Yeah, but casinos aren't taboo.
Is he trolling?
I mean, no, you can't unlink it from everything, but that's a problem in, like, literally every single industry. There's going to be a faction of, like, every industry that has some evil shit going on somewhere.
I don't think it should be taboo. What I think should be taboo, torture, maiming, uh, rape. Those are depraved acts. Child pornography, those should be regular
Wait,
sex
no,
between a
I'm
man
just
and a
saying
woman.
that literally every industry has evil shit that happens in it. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do something to mitigate the evil shit, right? Like, I'm not in favor of banning guns, but I'm in favor of, like, stronger background checks and shit like that.
I think, yeah, well, anyways, I think certain kinds of porn should be, or fetishes, like, again, torture, maiming, child pornography, those should be banned. Regular sex,
Well,
why not?
if it's like, well, obviously the child stuff, yeah, no situation. But, like, for certain things, they're like BDSM shit where people volunteer to do that shit. It's consensual.
Yeah, but
People
I
should
don't
not
think,
see
I don't know.
OnlyFans as a career. People should only use it in their basement with the lights off. Bro, there have been career porn stars for, like, decades. What are you talking about? Why is this worse than that? If they can make their money off of it, I don't know why we should be telling people what to do or how to make their money. So I believe in classical economics and the laws of supply and demand. I do think a cultural shift away from porn and all would be good because when the demand drops, so does the illicit supply. I mean, yeah. I guess. I just don't think you're going to be able to do it. And I think rather than trying to force that, encouraging healthier, more productive ways for people to engage and create that content should be the way we go about it.
Yeah. I think that making something taboo actually makes it more enticing to people. You know, it's when you do the thing you're not supposed to, that's what people like do it. Like a lot of people
Open up
want
performers to
do
more
that.
predators, Daniel, and incentivize people to do more like illegal things too.
That's what I'm saying. Things that are taboo, those are the things that people want to do.
So,
It only makes people want it
this
more
is like
because
when we
it's
talk
taboo.
about like legalization of prostitution, applying regulation, monitoring, things like that.
Right.
If you're able to do those things, you can ensure better practices while allowing people like a safe place to, do their thing.
What does it mean?
Wait a minute.
No, I think it
So
should
let's
be
say,
absolutely legalized.
yeah, I don't know if I agree with that, Cosmic.
I agree.
Because
I
like
agree.
having a healthy sex life is like an important thing for like a healthy body. And if there's somebody who's like socially, like really socially awkward, can't get women, can't get laid or whatever, that might be like a source of relief for them. So I don't know if we should stigmatize it socially. That might be bad.
Yeah.
They can die a lot.
I agree. I think prostitution should be legalized. It should be taxed. You make money off of tax some bitches that are fucking, and they should be required to do mandatory. They every 6 months get a testing. It has to be regulated. It can't be just
You don't think
let people just
prostitution
fuck.
should be legalized, Neighbor Rooney?
I think so.
I think
It
there
should
are
be
so many
regulated.
benefits by legalizing it. Look how bad it
Mhm.
is with it being illegal.
American feminine is cancer.
Yeah. And give people who use it as like who like can't get laid a place to do it safely in like a good environment. It seems like it's mostly positives. I mean, that's subjective. That depends on what you value morally. See, I don't find having sex to be that big, important of a impactful thing. I assume you might. I don't know. Is that kind of what I'm reading into this? True, Daniel. It's not the single act. Yeah, okay. So I just don't find it to be that big of a deal. And if someone wants to do that as their profession, awesome. Get protection, all that, you agree with. And if someone wants to hire them of those services, awesome. Good for them. They're paying for a service. They're getting something out of it. You know, maybe they need the company too. That's something I hear a lot from people who hire, from like testimonials of people who hire prostitutes. Like that company is important for them too. Seems like there's a lot of benefits.
Daniel, that's funny.
how much of society would you have to change to completely eliminate reducing certain human interactions to monetary value? There's a lot of shit.
That would be relevant if you would think that every human being will say, "Oh, every relationship is about." You don't think that human beings can distinguish a monetary transaction with a prostitute and an actual relationship with a person? Like, you would think that nobody would be able to distinguish.
Neighbor, so by your own argument, having a job that you hate is exploitation. How? You don't have a choice. You have to make money. The only way you're making money is the job that you hate, and so you're stuck in it. No, it's not.
It's not every time. But that's your point of view. You think that job degrades you. Okay, that's fine. Then don't look at them. Don't go to those places. I don't know what to tell you.
Everybody sells a part of themselves. Literally, that is what working is. That is what having a job is you are selling the value of your labor, your input, your intelligence. That's what a job is. Just because it's sexual, it has this whole other different meaning.
And for that matter, if you want to go through that you say women also, it's about money,
Feeling
right?
shitty about clocking in at McDonald's is not the same as being sexually degraded. You're putting the pussy on a pedestal, bro. You're putting it on a pedestal.
Women marry, right? For what? For security, so that the men can be the breadwinner. I mean, in the society that you are depicting, the man would be the breadwinner.
I'm
The
quoting a
woman
movie.
gives up sex for free.
It's just it's literally
clean.
because it's sexual. You're putting like a whole different perspective on it. You're taking this idea that sexuality is like this special, holy, sacred thing that changes the value of everything. Yeah, everybody does. That's why legalizing it and regulating it properly is important.
Exactly. Would be the best thing to do. I agree.
Having inspectors, having people who ensure that rules are being followed.
That's what I said.
Like, if you think there's a problem with the way people are being treated at strip clubs, then maybe we should be regulating strip clubs better.
Correct.
They can sell it? What do
But
you mean?
technically, when you marry, again, based on your rules, when you marry a man, right, you're basically selling yourself. You're giving yourself to a man for security of a home, right? And you gotta wash his clothes, cook his food.
It's not literally the same, Neighboruni, but it conceptually is like you have a job, you decide to do the job. If you want a better job, just like anywhere else, you work to have a better job.
It is exactly like marriage.
I don't know if it's like marriage.
I think it's exactly like marriage. Based on what because he wants to live in this utopia of the 50s where women, whatever. Yeah, it is. It is exactly like marriage.
I don't know if I agree with that.
It is exactly like marriage. Based on his interpretation.
What do you what do you do? So Neighboruni, what's the alternative? What are we thinking is the alternative here? They don't make any money? How do we fix the problem? Because what I'm saying is we better regulate, we ensure that women are being treated well, we ensure that they're being properly inspected and so on. What is your solution here? They don't have a job anymore? They can't make any money? So then what? Then what do they do?
Marry men so that they could give it away for free.
Regular
That's what they
jobs,
want.
which is exactly what I was fucking saying before. Thank you very much.
They could marry men so they could give it away for free.
What are they supposed to do, neighbor Rooney? They don't get trapped. And again, this is what I'm saying. We need, if there's a problem with them getting trapped, we need better regulation. We need better inspections. We need to ensure that that kind of exploitation isn't happening. Getting rid of the sex work isn't going to fix that. It's just going to drive it underground.
No, I'm not saying that
Iceland is a tiny fucking country.
It is a tiny country, and there's not a lot of people. But I'm not saying those are the only two choices. But I am comparing it because what's the difference between being with married and giving it away for free when you're doing all this labor for him, right? And then on top of that, he might be abusive. So how is that better?
I get what I get the argument you're trying to make, Candy, but I don't know.
Okay.
This probably isn't the hill
How
you
is
wanna
that
die
better
on.
than being in a strip club, dancing a little
No,
bit, making
it's
a few
not. No,
dollars,
neighbor
where
Rooney.
it's
I'm sorry.
monitored, where
I'm
it's-
sorry, neighbor Rooney. If you're talking about a country that small, it is going to be way easier to control and prevent that sort of thing than a country with nearly 400 million people. You think you're going to stop the exploitation from going underground in a country this big? It's not about they have a different culture. It's not about any of that. It's about the logistics of controlling and policing that sort of thing in a country this size. You go to the most repressive countries in the Middle East, guess what? Sex work is banned, but you still have high-end escorts on demand. On demand, true? Yeah, I'm not. The marriage argument, that one's Candy's. I'm not sure I'm on board.
That
with
is
that
my
one.
argument. Absolutely,
Yeah.
it is my argument because again, both involve you're gonna have sex with when you're married, and this involves having sex as well. That's why I'm comparing the two. Because
I'm not saying
you're
that's
having
not the
sex,
same thing, neighbor Rooney. That's not that argument. The argument is it will go underground, and all of those things will necessarily be exploitative. So
because it's taboo now.
you are taking a potentially regulatable industry and forcing it to be a necessarily exploitative underground industry.
Because it becomes taboo, and when it becomes taboo, do you think that's? I mean, come on. Yeah.
So you think it's just gonna go away if we ban it? How's that working for drugs?
Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Look at marijuana. Once it was legalized, it was.
What about harder drugs that are killing people in our country?
That's a choice.
Oh, so it goes on and it still goes on.
I
in
would
Iceland.
imagine that
U.S. report
even if it
concludes
was
that
banned in
Iceland is a
Iceland-
destination and transit country for women subjected to sex trafficking.
Yeah, I again, I can't speak for Iceland, but again, like you said, they might ban it, but it's gonna go underground, and that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, though. And the reason why I was comparing marriage to that, which is not Jordan's argument, is because in both situations, you may or may not.
No, I'm
have
literally
sex with the
saying that the
person.
response is to regulate it better, is to do to enforce better, enact better laws, allow better inspectors, like the way we have inspectors for like restaurants and shit like that. We should be improving the quality, not banning it. And the exploitation that will take maybe there will be less people, but I guarantee you that exploitation is probably going to be more intense, because without legal alternatives, there aren't really any other places for them to go. Like, at least in some situations, they may say, well, you know what, maybe I could find another club to work at that's going to treat me better. Or if they are a prostitute, I could find another brothel that will treat me better. I just don't think that solution will provide the results you're looking for. Do I think it's healthy to engage in sex work 40 hours a week as a job? I don't know.
Even regular jobs.
I actually don't know the answer to that.
A degree, so don't they? It may not be sex, but they do exploit you to a degree.
I don't know, Cosmic. I'd have to see what fucking psychologist said. It probably doesn't, but I don't fucking know. Can you point to a place that has a successful model of that? People often reach for the theoretical regulation argument when they want to hand wave an inconvenient truth. Have you, I mean, equally, you haven't been able to point to a place that has a successful model for banning it either. We're both being theoretical here. We just looked up the stats on Iceland. Iceland is fucked. It's now like a hub for sex trafficking. What are you talking about? We looked it up. It's true.
It's not hard data, really.
Right.
Post the link. We'll give him a link. But yeah, I agree with Jordan. It should be regulated. It should be monitored. They should pay taxes, and it should be every 3 to 6 months. They got to get tested, make sure they're clean, whatnot.
I think that's what Sweden does.
Sweden
does this weird hybrid thing where it's like legal for you. Sweden does this thing where it's like legal for you to sell your body, but it's not legal for you to pay for it. It's reported over the past 5 years, Iceland is destination trend. So this is back from 2017. This is what they cite in the Wikipedia article. This is from the State Department. They say they're working to make it better, but there's still a way to go. Now, that was 2017, so I don't know about exactly where it is now, but this is what they were citing in the Wikipedia article. Human trafficking in Iceland.
People that should be protected, and that's the point. The point is that it should be legalized, so that way
in 2023,
it can be regulated.
Organized
that way
Crime
these
Index
people
noted
will be
increased involvement
protected.
of European criminal gangs in this crime.
Why should society be disgusted by it? It's people having sex. I don't understand. The only difference is that there's payment going into
sex?
Right, by having sex. The only difference is that here's money passing, and the other one, you give it away for free.
Yeah.
True that.
It is. It is an economic transaction.
So what? So what if it's an economic transaction?
If I can provide a service, and I want to provide that service and get paid for it.
Why is that disgusting? If you're going to be disgusted by sex, then nobody should have sex.
Hang on.
And if you're getting, the only difference is that when you get paid for it and when you don't.
Trafficking profile in the section entitled Trafficking Profile, Neighbor Rooney. As reported over the past 5 years, Iceland is a destination and transit country for women subjected to sex trafficking and men and women subjected to labor trafficking. It says it right there. Doesn't use the word hub, but that's essentially what that means.
Yeah, I think I agree with both of y'all. I already said what I think. It should be normalized. It should be regulated. It should pay taxes and testing and provide a condom so that make sure they're having safe sex. And that way, it is a choice. And make sure maybe even throw in some psychology. You know what I mean? Like
Okay,
maybe they have to
neighborhoony.
go to a psychologist every so often. Make
I'm gonna
sure
trust the State
that
Department's report. You don't have to if you don't want to. Promoted to
absolutely
kids in high school?
non-cosmic.
Probably
It's
not.
not a job that should be promoted to kids in high school. Just like smoking should not be promoted to kids in high school.
Yeah, but
Just
you
like
don't. But you don't have any.
alcohol should not be promoted to kids in high school.
Neighbor Rooney,
It
can
would
you
be
provide
along the
any
same.
statistics in the opposite direction that show causation? Because I'm not sure I see any. I'd be open to seeing them if you have them.
I don't know. It's like
it was the State Department. Neighbor Rooney, if you have contradicting stats, show them to me. I'm happy to look at them.
Cosmic. I don't think nobody is growing up as a little girl saying, when I grow up, I want to be a prostitute. No. Sometimes circumstances in your life where you have no one to go to, nowhere to turn to, women do these things, right? And they sell their bodies, whatever. They do these things, right? If we provide a safe environment for them to do so, where they're not going to get beat up by a strange guy or raped or whatever, then that is not a bad thing. That's a good thing, you
The
know.
article from that same year and from like an
It's not
Iceland paper.
the same way we don't promote alcohol, drugs, smoking when you're kids or when you're even a high school or teenager. That would be along those same lines. It would not be like, hey, go look at my favorite prostitute. I brought her into a show and tell. That's not. That's such a ridiculous way to seeing things. It is. It's very ridiculous. And Daniel, I mean, you're right when you say 40 hours a week is not safe. But again, also, there's employers that exploit people in different ways, even though you're working a legal, quote, air quotes, job, you know? So there's all kinds of different kinds of exploitation. It's just the only difference is sex and payment. Because apparently, if you're having sex for free with your partner, it's fine. But if you have sex outside of that construct of husband, boyfriend, whatever, then you should be ashamed of yourself.
There's an article from another
Mind you, these
Icelandic
same rules,
source talking again
Good.
about how the crimes are underreported, they are under prosecuted, they don't have the manpower to prosecute, and that the statistics of prostitution related crime are vastly underrepresenting the actual instances. I don't know, man. I'm looking. I'm trying not to be biased here. I'm just looking prostitution stats in Iceland. And what I'm getting is not great, but if you find something, I'm happy to look at it, bud. Like, more than happy to consider any stats you provide to me.
Yeah, I'm a child. I'm a Charles.
You what?
I'm with Charles. Yeah. My argument is different because mine is from a female perspective.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, we agree that it should be
I don't see
regulated,
really hard
and it
statistics
should
either,
be.
Neighbor Rooney, but I am seeing a lot of articles mentioning that the issue is still like a huge problem and that it doesn't seem to have been fixed by the law. Now, there's a lot of reasons why that could be the case. It seems like the police don't feel like they have enough to properly crack down. I agree it is hard. I think can we agree that it hasn't solved the problem and also agree that we're not exactly sure what is the specific reason it hasn't solved the problem, whether it's the passing of the law itself only drives it underground more, or if it's a lack of ability to enforce the law, because it appears it could be both. Also, one of the big questions here is it seems that, from what the police are saying, that women who are victims of sex trafficking and sex crimes are less likely to report them in general. I'm not saying it's binary. That was just saying can't say solved or unsolved. Okay, improved is what I'm trying to say. Please don't. You know what I'm trying to say here. You don't need to like overanalyze every little thing I've said. It doesn't appear to have made it better, Cosmic. Not from the bits that I'm seeing, not from the reports that I'm seeing or the different articles from different sources. Does not appear to. Government of Iceland does not fully meet the minimum standards for the elimination of trafficking, but is making significant efforts to do so. Therefore, Iceland remained on Tier 2. But the reason why that is not really clear.
But isn't sex trafficking and prostitution
Hang
on a
on,
totally
one thing,
different
Neighbor
level?
Rooney, because I don't want to keep going back and forth with you. Can we at least agree that the reason why is unclear? And it could be a litany of factors. Maybe ones that you're proposing, maybe ones that I'm proposing. The only thing we know is that the police claim they are unable to, A, go after all of the cases that come to them, and B, that it's less likely that women who undergo trafficking and sex-related offenses are less likely to report those to the police. Because it seems that's what all the Iceland police are saying, okay? This isn't me. This is what they're saying. Because, like, I am seeing some numbers as to how many cases are actually being prosecuted, and they're very low. Or at least I think they're very low. I don't know what they would expect them to be, but they didn't go up that much.
But isn't human trafficking and
right, but
prostitution
specifically
two
we want to
things?
talk about the situation in Iceland, right? Because we want to see if a ban was helping or effective or not. But yeah, we can look at that.
Jordan, isn't trafficking and prostitution two different things?
Yeah, but they're often connected.
Why? Because they exploit these women versus prostitute in the street.
A lot
not
of people,
necessarily is a choice.
Well, I mean, yeah, a lot of prostitutes are trafficked women. That's
That
a
to
true
me is
thing.
a complete. No, it to me is a completely different. A trafficked woman usually is like a young girl looking to either come to the U.S. or be a model, and they get offered something, and once they go into these, they fall for it. They get put into these rings, yes, of prostitution, but it's not voluntary prostitution. It's not them it's not them saying, okay, yeah, I want to do sex work for money. It's them being forced to do because they were fooled into, this ring of people who are using these young women who aren't even prostitutes.
Oh, this is
And this,
very
they're
interesting.
drugging them and using them as prostitutes.
This is
That's
very
not
interesting what I'm reading right here. Women working in the sex industry, including strip clubs, are at a higher risk of exploitation due to various factors. Almost 90% of women in the sex industry have a history of childhood sexual abuse. The history makes them more susceptible to manipulation and coercion by traffickers. So this is sort of implying that it's other reasons that led them into the sex industry, not the sex industry itself in a sense. It probably aids it, but that is an interesting point. Traffickers often use strip clubs as venues to recruit individuals, particularly those who are financially vulnerable or socially isolated, i.e. stigmatized, Cosmic. They may pose as patrons, boyfriends, or even agents to lure victims. Once recruited, traffickers can use tactics like debt, bondage, threats, violence, and isolation to control their victims and force them into commercial sex acts. Lack of oversight and regulations. Some strip clubs lack adequate regulatory oversight, which can create an environment where illegal activities, including trafficking, can thrive. The independent contractor status of many dancers further limits.
A lot of these women who
let
are
me finish
trafficked
reading. I
are
can't, eh? The independent contractor status of many dancers further limits their access to legal protections, making them more vulnerable. Gateway to prostitution. Strip clubs can serve as a stepping stone to prostitution. Research indicates that a majority of women working in strip clubs have been pressured to engage in sex acts for money, with men associated with the club, including customers, managers, owners, and staff. That is true. Very true. The demand for commercial sex in strip clubs can create an environment that fuels sex trafficking, according to the Institute to Address Commercial Sexual Exploitation. In some instances, club management may be complicit or turn a blind eye to trafficking activities due to financial incentives or lack of awareness. While the exact prevalence of trafficking within strip clubs is difficult to ascertain due to underreporting and data collection challenges, law enforcement agencies acknowledge that strip clubs, along with other venues like massage parlors and escort agencies, are sites where sex trafficking occurs. In fact, some studies show that adult clubs are perceived as having occasional sex trafficking problems by 34.9% of law enforcement agencies surveyed. Data on human trafficking often understate the extent of the problem due to issues with identification and reporting, according to the National Institute of Justice. However, reports to National Human Trafficking Hotline identified escort services, pornography, and illicit message, health, beauty as the top 3 types of trafficking reported in 2021. Wait, what do you mean? I'm just reading. Bro, I'm literally just reading the article. What the fuck do you want from me?
What does GGG have to do with this conversation?
Jesus Christ. Give me something. Give me other sources then, Neighboruni. Don't just get frustrated. Give me more sources. I've said this whole time, if you have other sources, I'm happy, more than happy to look at them. I am not stuck on this point of view. If you can change my mind, you can change my mind. I'm happy to have my mind changed, but feel free to provide me with other shit. This is what I found. That was interesting. If you have contradictory stuff, I'm happy to look at it, buddy. I'm not trying to cherry pick. I swear to God. I literally just read word for word what was in front of me.
I don't see how the connection between I don't see the connection between humans. So I think as long as it's a choice for you to do it, and it's not being done because you're being trafficked, then that's completely different, right?
Okay,
A lot of these women
that might be
are.
true, neighbor Rooney. I'm not disputing that that's the case. That may be true. All I'm saying is the data that I'm seeing right now and the stuff that I'm seeing from, like, I don't know, State Department and other sources that are like gathering statistics are saying what I read. I'm not saying that that's not true. I'm just going off of what I found. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just literally going off of what I found, bro. I'm not, like, show me shit. I'm waiting for you to show me stuff. I swear to God, I'm not just prejudging that. I'm literally only reading what I found from, like, I thought a lot of pretty good sources here, but, like, if you have other stuff, share it with me. Let me take a look. I'm begging you. I'm begging you, bro. I'm begging you.
It's if you think about it, right? If prostitution was
Money
regulated,
shot?
or
I
even
mean, like, I'll watch it for sure. But, like, keep in mind, the sources I'm looking here, like, the Department of State and shit. Right? Like, these are some pretty good sources. And I'm happy. I'll watch it. Like, no problem. I will watch it. And I'm sure it will be very convincing. And I'll learn some things, and it'll probably change my perspective on certain stuff.
Yeah, I'm talking about my point of view is different. I'm talking prostitution by choice versus
Did you read it?
trafficking. It's not choice. It's not a choice.
How am I twisting it for my
And
purposes? I read it out. And then I said to you, it seems inconclusive on whether the law in Iceland helped or not. And there's a number of reasons why it could be inconclusive. It's not clear one way or the other if it's supporting your argument or my argument. That's what I said. That appears to be what the State Department and what all of these reports out of Iceland are saying. I don't understand how that's twisting it for my purposes. Like, I read it to you. Like, I read it out loud.
the argument can be made that regulating
That's not what I said. That's
giving
literally
them a
not what I
safe
said.
environment
Neighbor Rooney, now you're
where
straw
they can-
manning me, bro. Or you weren't listening. And that's not fair.
Again,
That's not fair, dude.
I think
that's not even
the
what I
argument
said.
can be made that providing safe environments for these women where they pay taxes, they get tested, they can get health insurance, just like a regular kind of job, you know what I mean? Get all the benefits of working would provide a better environment for this rather than the back alley blow job. That person is going to get exploited.
To be clear, let me reiterate, Neighbor Rooney. What I said was, it appears that they have not been able to... But that's not what... Neighbor Rooney, you're mischaracterizing what I said. That's not what I said. What I said was, there doesn't appear to have been an improvement in the situation in Iceland as far as the police are saying. They are claiming a number of different issues as to why that is. Number one, they're saying it could be because they're saying that could be because they don't have the manpower to properly crack down on things. That could be true, and that would support your position in the argument. Number two, it could also be that another thing that they mentioned was that women in those situations who are being exploited are less likely to report it anyway, which would support my position in the argument. You understand why I was saying, like, it doesn't make it clear whether the ban or not is going to work. We don't have enough data. It's just not clear.
Yes, Nebaroni, absolutely. But reality is different. Why is the reality different? Because these don't exist. These regulations don't exist until we create a society where it is regulated, and we won't know if it does help or it doesn't help. Because right now, all we're seeing is it's the only place I think in the U.S. in Las Vegas, prostitution is legal, right?
In Nevada, yeah.
Yeah,
There are
it's
certain
legal.
places where they do it.
Like,
and I'm sure there's exploitation there too. I mean, like, I don't know the statistics on it. But
right.
From what I've watched, like, I've watched a documentary or two about, like, women who work in these brothels or whatever, and they seem generally pretty fucking happy with their situation.
Right.
And that they're well
Again,
treated.
it's
And
regulated and they're well treated and well taken care of. And
they've ruined a
you know what I
very
mean?
small number of places, a couple brothels here and there. It's not like widespread.
I say, yeah, right. I know that. But what I'm saying is that
I think most
you won't
prostitution
know
in Vegas is still like considered illegal.
until it is regulated. You don't know how much of a benefit or disbenefit it will be to society, correct? It's not something that's happening right now.
Yes, I'm saying that could be the issue. Yes. And what I'm saying is that if it's true that women are less likely to report those situations, which seems to be one of the things those police in Iceland are saying, for example, since we're using that as an example, that would seem to support my argument. But then there's the other part where they're saying we don't have enough manpower to properly enforce this law, which would support your argument. Those are both things that they are saying. So it's very difficult to know which would be the case. If they get more manpower, I think we would get more data on that. But, I mean, they just haven't. Right. Agreed. So the question is, can you overcome that issue to, like, a sufficient extent by improving the manpower? That's the question. If you can, then, well, then you've got something there to your argument. It doesn't have to be issue specific necessarily. It's about the outcome.
Okay, me voy.
To us?
Quiero mucho.
Right now? Right in the middle?
No. I think I've made my point.
Okay.
They don't see what I'm getting at. And I agree with you and Daniel. I think.
I understand. I understand the. I understand the idea in theory. I do. I don't know if in practice that would necessarily be the case, though. Yeah, but you can't just, like, have, like, a website like they do now where people just, like, fucking... Like, people can use, like, Tinder and shit for, like, prostitution and stuff like that. I feel like there's so many more ways for women to sell their bodies than there are for people to sell guns.
I don't think Daniel. I don't think he has an issue with people choosing what they spend their money. What he's saying specifically is that there should be some type of shame attached to that, to having that profession. They should be shamed for it. That's what they're saying. It's not that they can't choose. It's not that they can do whatever they want. It's that they should be shamed for it, which I don't think I don't think it's a fair thing. But anyways, I will bid you guys adieu.
Okay, good night, Candy.
It's been wonderful.
Yep.
Have a good night, everyone. Love ya. Besitos a todos. Besitos.
Besitos. I agree. I think the stigmatization makes it more difficult. I mean, like, Nate Rooney, I definitely see I see the aspects of the gun argument. I'm not saying I don't. But I do think it is way easier to find ways to sell your body than there is to sell your guns. Thank you, Candy. Are you talking to me or are you talking to Daniel, Cosmic? Specifically with strip clubs and brothels, though? I mean, like I said, my general thought is going to be we need tighter regulations, tighter inspections, and things like that. That would be my first attempt at a solution to it. I'm not going to say that I know that would work, but I would want to try to see that because generally I try to lean towards more, siding on the side of like individual freedoms if I can, where applicable, right? And then if that doesn't work, then yeah, I guess we would move to like bans or something like that. Yeah, for strip clubs and brothels, you're right. Like that's a different situation. I think again, my position is generally that depends on what side of it you're looking for because some women want to work at strip clubs. I think we should allow the option for people to do the job that they want if they can. And if it turns out that the statistics show that it's not helping and it's making everything worse, even when we try to regulate better and provide better options for people, then yeah, I might be open to a ban. Me, Cosmic, in theory, yeah. I'm okay with it. Hypothetically, let's say we were in a situation, let's say it was considered like any other job, right? Let's say in a hypothetical world, it was like any other job. And I understand this is not the case, but I'm making a case for this right now. If it were like any other job, well protected, well inspected, made sure that people were healthy, they weren't being taken advantage of, would you feel comfortable with it, Cosmic, then? No? Okay, so then your issue is about what? You just don't like it? You think it's bad? And you're saying this is not a puritanical argument? It's sex work, not sex volunteerism. That's literally the whole point. Do you think people would work in general if there was no economic motive? So, all right, Cosmic. So, tomorrow I want you to quit your job and go volunteer. I don't, look, you do work to make money. You do work to make money. The type of work you do depends on what you're doing. I understand you believe that it's all exploitative, but I don't see it that way. No. All sex work. Not all work in general. All sex work. That question is redundant. You literally wrote the word sell in the question. You wrote the word sell in the question. It wouldn't be selling their body if there wasn't an economic motive, right? It would just be fucking. For fun. I mean, yeah. People do, maybe not for 40 hours a week, but people fuck a lot of people. And that's fine. I just think at this point we don't have a lot of data for Neighbor Rooney's argument. As for like the like views of sex, I don't know, I tend to have some pretty open views of sex, which is not everybody agrees with, and that's fine. Oh, that's 125 million views. It's Ruski. Do you think I'll get copyrighted for this? Guys, look at what Mika's doing right now. Oh my god. Wait, can you see it? Let me see. See if you can see it. Right. Yeah. Do you see what she's doing? She's so cute. She was laying on her back. It was real cute. Do you know what a one-night stand is, Cosmic? Do you know what having sex with random people is? That's a thing that people do. You don't pay money for it. If you're not selling, then you're not selling and you're not doing a job. Why would you spend 40 hours a week doing it if you're not doing it to sell? Why would you spend 40 hours a week doing anything if you're not getting paid for it in that sense? But like, I don't understand. It's not an appropriate question. It's not a well-formulated question. The fact that you're doing it for money means you're going to be doing it more. Yeah. Probably not. You're just making a case for having a job. I'm face palming so hard right now. I think you can have jobs that are exploitation free with good regulations, good structure, good accountability within the company or organization that you're working within. I don't think all jobs are exploitation. You can, any job, and I don't think he's saying like, guys, really quick, Daniel's not saying all jobs are exploitation because the worker is being exploited. I think he's saying that all jobs can have exploitation because a lot of jobs can have like a shitty boss who takes advantage of you. Shit like that.
Tripaloski, 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 Kardastusovki, Adidas кроссовки. Tripaloski, 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 Kardastusovki, Adidas кроссовки. Трипалоски, трипалоски, на штанах полоски, 3 зачетных соски.
Listen, Neighboruni, if you and I agreed on everything, this would be very boring because, you know, I already don't agree with Cosmic on a lot of shit, which is funny because Cosmic and I, like, on high-level concepts, generally agree on shit. We just disagree on, like, details and stuff. You and I generally agree with, like, a couple notable exceptions. This is the first time I think we've, like, really strongly disagreed on something. But hey, it spices it up a little bit. And again, I have to be very clear for the 5th time, Neighboruni. I am at a point where it's like, I could be changed on this, right? But like, I need to see like data and stuff like that, you know? I need to see some good data. And I think you want to see data too. And I just don't think there's a lot of really good data out there at the moment. That doesn't mean we can't have good data. I would like to see Iceland hire more police people so they can work on that more and then see what data we get out of that. I think that would be very informative. And if it turns out that, like, yeah, it actually helps people a lot, they end up getting better jobs and in better situations, well, I'd probably change my mind at that point. I'd, you know, have to change my goon habits. No, I'm kidding. I've only been to a strip club once in my life. Wisdom without data. Yeah, but I don't think that... I agree, Neighboruni. I don't think that's the case here. I don't think we can assume the outcomes without some better data here. Because from what I'm seeing about... Again, just from what I'm seeing here, I haven't watched your documentary, but from what I'm seeing here, from like the police who work in these things, from, you know, like State Department, from different government officials, it seems like they don't feel like they know exactly the impact of it. I mean, I don't have kids, but that's what they wanted to do. I'm not going to tell them not to. As long as they make sure that they're safe. And if something happens, They come and tell me or the cops. I mean, I have friends who did like OnlyFans and shit like that. I've known a couple strippers here and there. One of the options I will outwardly offer them. I mean, there's a lot of other jobs I wouldn't outwardly offer them either. Just because I don't consider it to be a great job that everybody should get doesn't mean that I wouldn't be okay with my kid having it. I don't think that's fair. Like, I wouldn't offer them to go flip burgers at McDonald's either, or to be like a bull semen extractor. I don't know if I agree with that hypothetical. I think accessibility to a good or service increases demand and consumption of said service. Pretty basic micro econ. I don't think we need a deep analysis to confirm that. Yeah, it's going to increase the demand for the service, but like, that doesn't necessarily mean that by the base factor it will have to be exploitative, is what I'm saying, right? Because my whole point through this whole thing is that there could be ways to improve the way that it's done so that people are exploited less. It doesn't seem like we do much to make that happen right now. Like, we just kind of let a lot of people do whatever they want, and we don't like keep tabs on how these things are, how people are treating their workers at like strip clubs and shit like that. I don't think that's good. I definitely think like the industry can be improved through safety, through practices, through like all of these different things in a lot of different ways. But I think some of the stigma that's attached to it actually can get in the way of that. Now, I don't know if that would end up working, right? We would have to try it and see what happens. And then if it doesn't, then I'd probably change my mind on it. Oh no! Neighbor Rooney! Oh. Our hands are tied, bud. There's nothing we can do. Oh, Daniel. Way to fuck up the format. Alright. Taking this off. Alright. I think we've all argued this out. We all understand each other's positions. Listen, I don't think... Well, I don't know about Cosmic. The whole it's inherently bad thing is kind of weird to me. But... What do you mean? You never asked me to articulate any potential regulations. More inspections would be necessary, like more stringent reporting on who's working there, what they're doing. Like, you know, maybe you'd have to hire another person who's there to ensure like things are like health standards are applied. I think there's definitely regulations you could name. It's not some theoretical pie in the sky thing. There's a lot of very real things that we could try. I literally just did. I'm not a regulator, Neighbor Rooney. Your vague thing is just ban it all. You have not presented a very strong argument. If you had presented a very strong argument, I would be changing my mind. You haven't given me any supportive data. I've looked up the data. It doesn't necessarily support your argument. It doesn't necessarily support mine. That's why I want more. I'd rather allow for more freedoms for people to choose what they want to do than not. If we try those things and they don't work, I'd be open to changing my mind. It's pretty clear. It's concise. I get that you don't like it. But that's what it is. I gave you some examples. I don't have the specifics because I'm not a regulator. But those are absolutely things that would make it better. Like, what else would you want? Do you even have any ideas for, like, what there could be? Well, thank you for your argumentum ad absurdum, Cosmic. Your real tangible solution is to restrict. I say better regulation through more health inspections, through having somebody who can monitor the club and ensure that they're following regulations, that you can have like a register, that sort of thing, to ensure people are getting regular checkups, making sure that, maybe even having like social workers who are assigned to work with these women. Like there's so many different things we could do. I'm not going to name every single one to you. No, all you've said is it increases demand. Everything else is an assumption. Beyond that, you're assuming that regulations won't work. I'm not. I'm saying I don't know if they would, but I'd like to try them and see what happens. I've literally said a bunch of times, I'd like to try them, see if they work, and if they don't work, I'd probably change my mind. Not necessarily. Like I said, the results from Iceland, for example, are not very clear on that. Don't think they're regulated already. I mean, they're probably somewhat regulated, but based on what we were looking at about what's going on there, about how... let me find this specific article I was looking at, because it was talking about how there's a lack of oversight. Oh, come on, neighbor Rooney. You're arguing against smart regulation now and enforcement of regulation? I don't think that's a reasonable way to look at it. The regulations I'm seeing are very vague here. Like the height of the stage, shit like that. Again, my whole point wasn't specifically regulations by themselves. It was regulations as well as the presence of people who will regularly go to check in, people, you know, perhaps social workers to work with different women there to ensure that they are being well treated, like active regulation. Can we can we engage in good faith here, Neighbor Uni? You understand my point, right? I've been very charitable to your point of view. You've been incredibly dismissive. You're not pointing out flawed thinking. You're pointing out that you've assumed that it won't work. That's not flawed thinking. You're making an assumption. I'm not assuming it will work. I'm saying I would like to try it before banning it. I would like to try expanding regulations and providing more strict inspections, better like health services for those people, better, like I said, social workers who can check in on them and do, you know, things like that, things that would improve their ability to do something if they were being exploited. I would like to try those things and see if they work before outright banning them. I'm literally saying try it. I'm not saying do it and let it go and that's what you do. I'm saying try it, see if it works, look at the data, and if it doesn't work, then stop it. Jesus Christ. I'm not saying do it and that's a permanent solution. I'm saying try it and see if it works. And then if it doesn't, maybe a different approach. That's what I've been saying the whole time. Well, Neighbor Uni, earlier you were asking me for data. You were asking me for hard data. I don't know what you want me to say. I went looking for hard data and I couldn't find anything that was very clear. Look, at the end of the day, it seems to me like everybody's intentions here are the same, which is to make it a safer, better place for the women involved. We have different ways of approaching it. I want to try different things so that if there are women who want to do that, they can. I understand I understand your argument. I don't think I've been presented with enough data for me to agree with it. But if I were able to see data that did, I would probably agree with it. I don't know if we're really going to get anywhere else on this argument. I say we agree to disagree and move the fuck on. Can we do that? I understand that simply legalizing prostitution is not necessarily going to protect women. It would have to come with a lot of other things, like other jobs. But again, I don't want to relitigate this anymore. I'm kind of like, yeah, neighbor Rooney, and like if we try that and it works that way, I'll jump over to your side, brother. I absolutely will. And who knows? It doesn't seem like any of this is going to change anytime soon anyway. Can we please just agree to disagree? I've been wanting to watch Tiny on Piers Morgan this whole time. I just want to watch Tiny yell at retards. Can we all do that together and just enjoy that for now? I think you make a very good argument, neighbor Rooney. There's a lot of stuff there that's very good. It's stuff I will consider. I don't think I'm ready to accept that position yet. Like I said, I think I need to see more. But I'm not sitting here and saying you're just being like some kind of Puritan or whatever. That's not what I think of your argument. I think you are obviously very genuinely trying to do what you think is best for those women. Just like I am. Just watch the documentary, bro. Okay. I will, neighbor Rooney. But you understand that one documentary isn't necessarily going to change my mind, right? Like, I hope you're ready for the outcome that I might come back and be like, okay, I watched the documentary, but I do have some criticisms. Okay, cool. Cool. But I'm sure it'll be enlightening and informative. I'm sure it will. And I'll talk to my mom about this too. My mom has like worked with governments in other countries, you know, combating sex trafficking and shit like that. So I'm sure she'll have some insight as well. I don't know how much, but I know she did a lot of work in Mexico as well, working with the Mexican government against the cartels. So that'll be real interesting. I wonder, what are stats like if they have any stats like in Amsterdam? Damn. So it looks like in the Netherlands, interestingly enough, the majority of sex trafficking cases are for minors. So the stuff that is illegal. Take with that what you will. I don't think that is really going to... Honestly, I looked that up. I don't think that's like a dunk or whatever. I was just curious. And I also don't think, again, that statistics are giving us a very clear representation because, as we've all already acknowledged, people who experience sexual violence, sexual exploitation are less likely to report it anyway. Yeah, that says it right here in this article, actually. All right, fuck it. Well, that was a good one. I like it when it's not just when we get into a good argument, a good discussion, and it's not just, hey, we all agree with each other. I gotta pee real quick. Be right back. You can't hear me, Daniel. My microphone is not in the bathroom. Interesting. No, this is really interesting, Neighbor Ernie. This is the kind of data I would want to see. definitely worth consideration. Well, the term common sense to me is a meaningless term, but I get what you're saying. They do also say that an increase in identified presumed victims does not necessarily mean an increase in trafficking, but can be caused by, for instance, better awareness and cooperation among the different agencies which come into contact with potential victims. This could also be a result of legalization, in that they are more willing to come forward. But this is still very, very interesting data. Maybe we'll let me mull this over, because we talked about this for a while now, and I really don't want to keep going. But I will definitely look at the data and consider it. Maybe we'll pick this up another time, huh? Well, I mean, that also kind of depends on, like, the nature of inspections of the venue. Like, if there are, like, weekly, monthly inspections, that could absolutely offer more opportunities for uncovering illicit activity. I mean, that depends on what it is. We're assuming a simple inspection. We're not necessarily assuming the extent of what they're doing. True. True. I don't know. At this point, we've argued it a long way. Like I said, you've made some good points. I want to take a look at this information more, because even in the stuff that you sent me, they do have some caveats. And we'll come back to it another time. I just don't... We've argued this for, what, like 2 hours now? I'm a little tired. I'm a little tired of going back and forth on this. No, I was saying this before he even sent me that data, when I went to the bathroom. And I'm totally open to talking about this another time. Oh, you're fucking with me. Okay. Good. You guys know I don't back down. You guys know I don't back down. But no, I mean, like, Neighboruni, you gave me some shit to think about. I'm not gonna lie, you gave me some shit to think about. I'll think about it. Ludwig Göransson? Isn't that Mel's last name? Wait, you sent me this. I've already watched this. I've watched this on stream, Cosmic. Oh my God, fuck off. I'll give you a free one if you admit that I'm right. God damn it, Neighbor Rooney. I wish you'd be down to come on and actually talk, because I think we would have some pretty great fucking discussions if you ever decided to actually come on The Voice one of these days. Cool. Good. Yeah. I've been wanting to watch this the whole time. So, we're probably going to be running a bit late tonight. But we're at 1.5 speed, so we'll get through it. At least till we get bored. Okay, cool. That'd be sweet. All right. Let's get into it. Blah. Lion Ted. Lion Ted. Look, I don't care if you're shitty Ted Cruz. I don't wish anybody to see all those fucking dead kids. That's really sad. My bad. Do you guys want me to take it back? Or do you not care? Wait, Daniel. Can you jump in now? Are you able to jump in now? You want me to wind it back? Okay.
Democrats are attempting to tie the response to government cuts. In a moment, we'll introduce the panel to debate all this. But first, I'm joined by Texas Senator Ted Cruz, making his debut on Uncensored. Senator, welcome to you.
It's great to be with you. Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you on. Thank you very much. First of all, where are we with this? We know that over 100 people have been very sadly killed here. We know that another 170 or more remain missing. Is there any hope at this stage, Senator, do you think, that you're going to find people alive?
Well, listen, there's always hope, but obviously the further along you get, every hour, every day, the odds go down. The confirmed fatalities is over 100, as you noted. There are 165 known people that are missing. We don't know everyone that's missing. One of the problems is this was the 4th of July weekend. This is a very popular vacation spot. You had people camping, people who don't live in Kirk County who came there, were camping by the river, were celebrating the 4th of July. You had people in RVs. We had RVs, dozens of them, just swept into the river, and so they don't have a complete list of who is missing. But it's just a question of systematic search, and it's both aerial search using helicopters, it's ground search. There are teams that are systematically covering the area, and then it's also using canines to discover. Tragically, most of what is being discovered now are bodies of people who have deceased, and of those 100, we know at least 29 of them were girls and counselors at Camp Mystic, and I'll tell you, on Monday, I was there on the ground in the hill country. I was at Camp Mystic. I got to tell you what I saw at the camp. It may be the most horrible thing I've ever seen in my life. The Guadalupe River is a beautiful river, and just I don't know if you've ever been in this part of Texas, Pierce, but it's central Texas. It's the hill country, and it's widely considered the prettiest part of the state. There are rolling hills and canyons and these gorgeous rivers, and so you have lots of summer camps, about 40 summer camps, because it's a great place to vacation. And kids, I've been swimming in that river and floating in that river dozens of times, and normally it's beautiful and peaceful.
Yeah, he was in Greece, but apparently he was already there because of like the holidays and shit. So yeah, it's not a good look, but it wasn't like the time he went to Costa Rica when he was like, it was like in the middle of the shit, and then they went to Costa Rica to get away from how cold it was.
In the early mornings of July 4th, in the early morning hours, over 1.8 trillion gallons of water fell on that river, and it rose about 30 feet. And at Camp Mystic, the cabins are hundreds of yards away from the river, but it rose so fast that the girls' cabins had about 8 feet of water in them. You could see the water line in the cabins, and it swept all the furniture out, it blew the windows out, and tragically killed a significant number of campers, especially the younger ones. There's one cabin right in the middle that was called the Bumble Inn, and it was a cabin of third-grade girls. And outside that cabin, there are 17 small white Latin crosses in the ground with the names of each of the girls on them. And at this point, every girl in that cabin is either confirmed dead or is missing right now. I'll tell you, 2 of those little girls go to school with my daughter.
Oh my God.
One of them lived literally a block away from me in Houston. And so in Texas, our hearts are broken right now. This tragedy, and the entire country, the entire world is watching. It's every parent's nightmare to lose a child in a tragedy like this. And we appreciate the outpouring of love. We appreciate the prayers from across the world for these moms and dads who are grieving.
Let's go.
It's a desperate story. I've got a daughter of 13, and obviously the first thing you do, you just reflect on if that happened to you, your family, to your friends. It is an unimaginable tragedy. Let's just talk about the criticism that's come in, leveled by some Democrats, that this somehow the blame for this can be directly associated to DOGE cuts at the National Weather Service and so on. You've had 4 days to look at this now. From what you've seen, is there anything to suggest that anything more could have been done? And is there anything to suggest that any of the cuts that have either been made this year or are due to come in later this year, could any of this process have had a negative, detrimental effect, which, if it hadn't happened, could have stopped this tragedy being as bad as it is?
Yeah, I don't think there's any evidence that the DOGE cuts had any connection to what happened here. There are obviously and absolutely things that could have been done better, and those are questions we need to be asking right now. Listen, whenever you have a natural disaster, whether a hurricane or a tornado or flooding, you sometimes get partisans who try to score political points. And if you see a hurricane, there are those on the left who'll say it's Donald Trump's fault, no matter what happens. I think that's inappropriate. I think we ought to be focusing on getting people out of harm's way.
Whoa.
With respect to the DOGE cuts. In this instance,
the Notre Dame fire. Fuck, what year was that? I'm thinking like 2018, 2019, maybe earlier. Let me look at the phones. Fuck, what year was that? Oh, man. Are there masks? Any masks? I don't think it was that recent, Daniel. That would have been like a year or 2 ago. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, this is going to be 2018, 2019.
National Weather Service, number one, predicted this event, put out an emergency alert shortly after 1 a.m., shortly after 4 a.m. So those alerts went out. Number two, the office that had responsibility for this area was based in New Braunfels, which is also in central Texas right there. The night of July 3rd and the morning of July 4th, they were anticipating an extreme weather event. So not only were they fully staffed, but they had 3 additional staff members they brought in to prepare for that. So they had more than ample resources on the ground to deal with it. And in fact, if you look at the National Weather Service Union, which has been very critical of the DOGE cuts, they don't like the DOGE cuts. The National Weather Service Union has said publicly those cuts had no impact on reducing, hurting the National Weather Service's ability to predict this outcome. And so the union would have every incentive, if they could blame it on the DOGE cuts, to do so, and they're saying it's not. Now, in any natural disaster, there's an order to how things play out. The first priority is search and rescue, just getting people out of harm's way, saving lives. We are reaching the end of that period, but that has been the principal phase we've been in. The next phase is recovery, and rebuilding, that takes months or years. There are homes that have been devastated, billions of dollars. That's going to be an ongoing process. But the third thing that will play out in the next...
It's got to be... Because you can see this through buildings, right? So it's not this side. It's got to be like over here, right? Yeah. Oh! Let's go. Woo!
Months and years, it is a careful retrospective examining the precise timeline, what happened, and asking what lessons can be learned, what can we do differently. And I'll say, look, as an obvious matter, if you and I could step in a time machine right now, and we could go back to 2 in the morning on July 4th, we would both run to those cabins and get those little girls out of there. I mean, all of us wish those girls were not in harmed way. And we'd also run to the RV camps where all the people were sitting in RVs by the riverbank and get them out of there and try to help the vulnerable people leave. And so one challenge when an alert goes out at 1 in the morning or 4 in the morning, most people are asleep at 4 in the morning. And so I think it is a very reasonable question to ask, how can we be more effective at getting those alerts where people hear them? And one idea that's been discussed that I think makes a lot of sense is having a system of sirens and alarms along the riverbank. You see that in parts of Texas where tornadoes are prevalent. A tornado, like a flash flood, can occur very quickly, and that alarm can give you minutes to get out of harm's way. I think it makes a lot of sense to look at a similar system here along the Guadalupe River.
If you're stressed about back taxes, miss the April deadline, or your books are a mess,
oh,
well, don't
there's
wait.
the Bolivian
IRS
flag.
is cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% per month.
What's
up to 25%.
the year, though? Are you okay, Piers? What the hell? Oh, like froze up.
Alarm can give you minutes to...
About back taxes, miss the April deadline, or your books are a mess, well, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% per month, and up to 25% for not filing. Tax Network USA can help. They've assisted thousands of Americans, from employees to business owners
Pepsi
and people
logo,
who haven't
yeah.
filed for years. They have direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on...
That's like a 90s Pepsi logo, right? The quality of the picture is giving me like 90s vibes. But we're in La Paz. Say 96, because why not? I don't know. I can't really tell from this, so I'm just going to go with, let me see. I'm just going to go with this. $25 de mayo. No sé qué es eso. 25 de mayo. But that's like a side street. Fuck. Oh, calle 23 de marzo. $25 de mayo. Where? Oh. Eronas? Is that what it is? Calle Haití, Jamaica, look at that. Panama. Yeah, but the quality of it, oh, it is just leftover, but the quality of it is giving me vibes of like, I don't know, maybe not 90s, maybe it is closer to like the 2000s. I can't tell. Well, let me figure out where it is first. This seems to be where a lot of like the day of the month ones are. Nah, you think it's the 90s? Look for wristwatches? I can't. They all have long sleeves on. Calle 25 de Mayo. ¿Dónde está? Pero... Peru is pretty poor. These hairstyles don't look that old, though. I don't know if I'm getting 90s vibes. I feel like I'm getting early 2000s vibes, like 2001, 2002, maybe 2000. Yeah, it's Bolivia, yeah. Secret Magic X-Ray Vision. Maybe they are. But the women's hairstyles look a little newer. I don't know. I can't tell. Huh. Calle 25 de Mayo. ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está la puta madre que le parió? Yeah. Oh. 14 de febrero, 20 de diciembre. ¡Ah! 23 de mayo. Este es el 25 de mayo. 2 de mayo. Está en cualquier lado, la puta madre. ¿Qué es esto? ¿Qué es esto? 27th of November, 23rd of May. These are all over the fucking place. Name your streets in a more, like, reasonable way. What is wrong with you, La Paz? Oh my god, look at this. Oh my god, look at this. This is gross. I'm just getting annoyed now. 27 de mayo. ¿Dónde está el 25 de mayo? Pero ¿dónde está, chabón? ¿Dónde queda, pelotudo? 12 de abril. 2 de agosto. Hola, gringo, soy papá. There you go. Dad jokes in Spanish. We're bilingual with our dad jokes here. Ya. ¿Cómo es este? Eromas, creo. Eronas. ...21 de diciembre... Pero... ¿Dónde está la reconcha de su madre? ¿Dónde queda? ¿Dónde queda? One of these is like a big street, right? We should be able to see it from like a little higher up. Oh my god, there's like a whole other area that probably has fucking month places too, because it's all over the place! Yeah, look! 25 de abril! Ay, chupame la polonga. 16 de junio? Bro, they have like every day of the year. For fuck's sake. What does it do? We even had a close one. Sure they are. We had the 27th of May, but this was the 25th of May, right? And that looks like it's the same. 25 de Mayo. Even though it's kind of covered, the top of that looks like 25 de Mayo. Opa. And I think Eronas. M. Algo. Eronas. The streets are dates? How confusing. Yeah. No, that's kind of normal. In Argentina, there's an extremely big street called 9 de Julio, which is Independence Day in Argentina. It's actually the widest street in the world. Fun fact. Whenever they show you pictures of Buenos Aires with like the big obelisk, that's Avenida 9 de Julio. Where they had that massive party with like millions of people after we won the World Cup. That's where that was. ¡Ey! ¡Calle Argentina! ¡Vamos, papá! ¡Vamos! ...13 de marzo... 19 de mayo... Yeah. I feel like this Eronas one, the one that we're on... There's got to be a pretty big street. It looks like a decently big street. 24 de mayo. We have 24th of May and the 27th of May. And we found both of those. Okay. It's probably going to be like a small off street on this one street. I know, dude. This is... Ooh, this one's bad. Oh, my goodness. Like, who planned these streets? It's probably, like, hilly. Right? That's gotta be it. This is the only reason you would plan it like this. Oh, look, a grid. Thank God. Oh, right. We're back here. The 23rd of May. Oh. Oh, the street names. Oh. Yeah, true. Because of all the days. Yeah. Calle Comanche. Nice. Failed helicopter. Jesus, bro. It looks like it's one of in one of these denser areas, but I don't know, man. It could be like one of these crazy looking ones. I don't know. Does that look like it curves? Maybe. ...20 de octubre... I don't know, this looks pretty grid-like, but it's kind of hard to tell. Oh, maybe over here. No. Por acá. Man, it would be nice because I was looking at it like, oh, it's got a month and a day. Oh, the month and day streets are probably all going to be together, right? No. Why would you think that? That makes a lot of sense. Bro, how am I finding every fucking day in May except for the one that I want? Hey, another one. Oh no, that's so much worse. That means there could be more than one. Okay, this has got like a lot of stuff. It feels like there's a lot of stuff here. You want to take a girl on 1 de mayo to the coffee shop on 3 de mayo. But on 3 de mayo, she goes to the coffee shop on 1 de mayo. I think he would just say, like, Monday. You know? Unless you're, like, planning your date out months in advance. "23 de marzo." Come on, this has got to be it, right? There's a bunch of shit here. Well, it has to have been a bit in South American sitcom. Yeah, definitely. That sounds like something straight out of Frasier. Right? Like one of those things that just a little bit more communication absolutely would have fixed. When you're just sitting there like, why don't you just talk to each other? Why don't you just say something? ¡Hey! Avenida Buenos Aires. Vamos, guacho. Calle Nueva York. Mercado de los Andes. For some reason my brain was like, Los Angeles. I was thinking Seinfeld. Seinfeld too. But I feel like with Seinfeld, it's like, it's very much them also being dickheads. In Frasier, it's just because they don't fucking communicate properly. 18 de mayo. This is getting ridiculous. Literally every day of May, except the one that I want. This is a bit soothing, though. This looking through here, like, is really easy for me to ADHD hyperfocus. This is why I take so long with these. It's because it's like, ooh, I have a clear goal. And when I get there, the dopamine's going to be like, ugh. Ooh, what's up here? No, I can't be up here. That's like a slum. That's probably like a slum. Okay. Okay. This looks like a big enough street, right? That we should see it from a little farther away. This is the Eronas. The 25 de Mayo looks like a side street, right? Oh, look at that. Oh my god, Horizontes. I got excited for like half a second. Fuck me, Holanda. Herman Bush. Some of these are pretty funny. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. I don't think I'm gonna find it. I just have to pick a spot. Oh man. Oh, we're back here again. God damn it. Alright. Taking too long here. I feel like we're gonna drop points on this one. God damn it. Damn it. Alright. We'll pick a spot. We'll say like here. Hedge in the middle of downtown. Yeah, I'm coming like here. Wait, maybe there's... I feel like that's the middle of downtown. There was a lot of like month named places where I put that pin. But there's month named streets all over the fucking place. Ugh. I just love looking through maps trying to find places, but you know, I can't do it forever. Oh no, there's like these random ones in here. I never thought it would ever be in here. Oh my god, no way. So there's a whole like area of untapped potential. I just need to take a quick look through here. Okay, just a quick look. I know, right? Spider-Man designed those ones. The month-named streets are everywhere. This kills me. Why? Why? Why did we do this? Why, La Paz? Why? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué lo hiciste así? Me das un dolor de cabeza. Okay. Okay. I have to give up. I just have to give up. I have to shit or get off the pot. Oh, it's so tempting to just look forever. Okay. 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 We're giving up. We're giving up. Fuck. We're giving up. Okay. This looks like downtown. This looks very downtown, right? We'll take a quick look through here, see if there's anything, and then we're just gonna pick a spot. Okay. We're just gonna go here. Nope. Here. Okay. And then the year, oh man, that's tough. But I'm getting like 2000, 2001 vibes. I'm going to give it a shot. Probably wrong, but let's see. 144 miles. Cochabamba? What the fuck? How was I supposed to know that? Their little drum here said La Paz, you sons of bitches. No wonder I couldn't fucking find it. That's okay, we take those. That's okay, we take those. And it was 1997. Oh, man. Okay, alright. Okay, this is in... Is this like Cambodia? Laos? Oh, bro. In like the 70s? Or 80s? Or 60s? Oh no. This language is wonder if I like zoom in enough if I can see places written in that language. Oh. Does that look right? I don't think that looks right. Jesus Christ, this just looks like a bunch of fucking squiggles. That's not right. I don't think that's right. Rumor Laos is sending a small number of troops to Ukraine in support of Russia. Well, East Asian countries sending troops to support Russia has not been working out super well for them. So, go for it, I guess. Let's see if we see any language. Thailand is probably going to have a lot of shit listed in English because so many tourists go there, but let's see if we get a peek at the language. I feel like it could be Thai. Could be. Oh no, Thai uses... Oh. Maybe. I will check that out in a second. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think that's a lot closer. That's closer. But I'm still not sure it's right. We're putting a pin in Thailand. We're going to check Laos. Okay. Fair enough. Is that the capital? Hong? All the languages in this area are just like... look so difficult for an English speaker to learn. Holy shit, nah. I don't think it's Laotian. Unless because that's on the border, that's like Thai. Let's check in here. Why does that have like a big... Why does that have a big dot? Why does this have a big dot? It's tiny! Vietnamese uses like English letters, right? Yeah. Myanmar, Burma. Nah, that's not it. I think that's kind of it, right? Malaysia, what kind of writing do they have? Just regular, right? Yeah. So I think it's going to be one of these guys. Let's check Cambodia again. Put on pen. Oh, wait. There's fucking Chinese right here. Oh, my God, bro. Partanda Karn. I don't know what that means. Is that a place? Oh, man. This is a tough one, bro. And then, God forbid they show us a fucking license plate, right? What does Indonesian writing look like? Let's see. Bro, this is tough. I'm lost. I don't know. I mean, we have like a general idea, but like... it feels like one of these guys. Like one of these guys. Any plates? Nope. No plates. I'm thinking Cambodia. But maybe not. Maybe. Maybe. Looks too free. I mean, you realize most day-to-day life for people in countries like this wasn't like everywhere they went, they were just being like whipped and fucking thrown into chains. It could be here. No, I don't think so, man. This doesn't look right. Jesus Christ, these languages are so crazy looking. I feel like the closest one is either Cambodian or Laotian. Let me see Laotian again. Central Asia? Mongolian? If it is, it's definitely only Ulaanbaatar. Because that's the only fucking place in Mongolia. Nah, they use Cyrillic. The stands? Nah. Nah. I don't think so. Like, what do they speak? Like Kazakh, which is like a derivative of like Cyrillic languages, right? Yeah, no, they're all going to be like Cyrillic or Arabic. Yeah. No, I'm pretty positive it's going to be Laos or Cambodia. All right, we're going to I don't know. This is the one I feel like looks the most like it. We're going for it. Fuck it. I could be wrong. And we're going to say... Oh, man. These aren't 60s, right? These are after the 60s, right? I can't tell what flag that is. Bhutan, Nepal? Maybe? Nepalese? Oh, right. Because there's Chinese lettering. You might be onto something there, brother. Which is why nothing looks quite right. Is that it? So your one little city? Thimphu? Jesus, dude. Bro. How is your international airport going to be here? And your city's going to be all the way over here? Holy shit, that sucks. Is there anything... Nah. It's all in English. Okay. Kathmandu. Where's Kamartaj? Give me something. Give me something. $1978. Are they not going to give us anything in the traditional language here? I bet if we go to like a smaller city, there'll be shit in the traditional language, right? Bharatpur? Let's see. Bhutan had just had like nothing. Really? Oh man, that's like a Sanskrit. That doesn't look right. Man. God damn it. Singapore is probably the most prosperous. I'm going with fucking one of these guys. I'm gonna go with Cambodia. I'm probably wrong. Ugh. There's a white person, right? There's a white lady right here. Oh, it's just so confusing. You might be right about it being Nepal. This writing is like very much not. This writing is so Southeast Asian looking. And I feel like the closest looking one was not Laotian, right? It was fucking Cambodian looked the closest. These are wild languages. It must be so hard to learn. I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. I'm just going for it. You might be right. I might be making a bad choice. We're going to say... I mean, the Beatles are giving me 70 live. Can we see anything on the plate? No. Or 60s vibes. Yeah, maybe. Fuck it. Okay. We're going. Probably way off, but fuck it. I can't stare at this for much longer. 332 miles? Bangkok? Oh, hey, I got the year right. Okay, not bad. You were right, buddy. You were 100% right about the prosperity. 100% on the money. Cairo! Easy. What's the year? It looks like the 70s, right? '70s or the '80s? I'm getting late '70s vibes. Oh, it was 67. I was spot on the year. Okay. So Cairo, I have no idea where. We're just gonna plop it in the middle of downtown. There's hella downtown vibes. Audley Street. Audley Street. Fuck it. Even though that's an advertisement. Fuck it, right? We'll go here. And then I'm getting... We'll say 77. Is there a year on here? I can't see. Yeah. I don't know. This could be the 80s, actually. But those buses look old. What is that? I'm thinking actually maybe the 80s. The TV like that. Say 84. Oh no. 78. But at least we were close. Okay, we'll take that. We'll take that. What's particularly difficult? Category 4. Category 5. Alright, Category 4. Khmer, Lao. Yep, they're in Category 4. So not quite as hard as Mandarin or Cantonese. Japanese is particularly hard? Huh. It's easier to learn to read, though. Leeuwenburg. Harinshma. Oh. Because of the kanji. Good point. Oh, man. Par with Chinese for reading, yeah. No, wait a minute. If you're falling in the water, you're probably in Amsterdam, right? This looks like a street in Amsterdam to have it, like, cut off on the water just like that. But I don't know where. I don't think the Leeuwenburg is like the name of a place more than just like the person who owned the building. Yeah, Bismillah is the actual Arabic term. And then the joke is that he says Pepto Bismillah. No, it's way cleverer than that. It's fucking hilarious. Daniel, are you going to jump on with me so we can finish talking about that conversation I had in Discord? I don't know. I'm going here. I'm going here. Okay? And we're going to say 1936. 50? God damn it, that ruined my score. That's the 50s? This car does not look like it's from the 50s. Hey! Still did okay. Alright, we'll watch a little bit of this and then I'll close us up for the night. Unless Daniel wants to jump on and chat.
On your side. Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and they may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/peers. That's tnusa.com/peers for expert help on your taxes. Yeah, because it seems to me there must be. I've not been to this region. It sounds utterly beautiful. Friends of mine have been there, say it's just a staggeringly beautiful place. But as you say, when a natural disaster like this happens, it happens very, very quickly. I would imagine, I don't know, but I've read reports suggesting a lot of the cell phone coverage can be patchy around there. So if you're getting a text message warning system, that's going to be pretty unreliable. And the siren system, it seemed to me a very logical thing which would have made a big difference. And I guess the question that comes following that train of thought is, why was it not already in place?
Yeah, look, I think that is a fair question. You know, I'll say the cell phone coverage, particularly in this part of Texas, is very spotty. Like you, I have two teenage daughters, and my girls have been going to camp in Kirk County in the Hill Country for a decade. Actually, my wife Heidi was there picking up our youngest daughter, Catherine, the week.
According to the agency, Moscow is organizing the deployment of a combined unit of military engineers from Lao People's Armed Forces. Wow, Lao People's Armed Forces. I wonder what kind of government they have with a name like that. To Russia's Kursk Oblast, allegedly to help with demining operations. Okay. Okay. Who's arrested across Kursk? Lost most of it during a Russian counteroffensive this year, which was supported by North Korean troops. Apparently, the North Koreans got fucking mincemeated. Laotian authorities have reportedly agreed to send up to 50 engineers to support Russian efforts. 50 engineers. I mean, that's not really much of anything. Yeah. Doesn't sound like they're actually sending soldiers. NK News? Is this North Korean news? Wait a minute. What was that pop-up? I need that pop-up. Bro, this is definitely... If we sent... Yeah, but we're America. They're fucking Laos. Nobody cares. This is something. Jesus Christ. I mean, that much broader. Yo, it's fucking Laos. And they're sending, like, they're not sending... I don't think this is that big. I mean, yeah, it's like another country joining in, but like... Like, barely. Yeah, seemingly symbolic deployment. Cold War era ties. Jesus. Yeah. Oh, what was I gonna show? Hang on. Because, like, oligarchs are dying and mysteriously dying and getting arrested. Like, shit is falling apart in Russia. I think he got, like, arrested or some shit. And then other ones have just been, like, dying. Something's going on. Putin's getting old and frail. That wasn't the language in that picture. It was like Thai something. Just Austria, Hungary, and Serbia. Yeah. But like, they didn't just send 50 engineers. Los Angeles Police Department has a budget about $2 billion, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's something, but I mean, Laos is not like a heavy hitter. It's like I said, it's a symbolic thing, I think. Yeah, they'd probably say, well, that's not good. And then they'd go on with their day. I know. I mean, like this, like the article said, it's a symbolic thing. I don't know. I see this as the fact that they're going to Laos to get support kind of makes it look like they're not in great shape, right? I mean, like, otherwise you'd be going to, like, stronger countries to get backing. And yeah, Laos has got Vietnam and Thailand on either side of them, which are both way stronger.
Before this happened, she had just finished camp. And you know, immediately when that, Catherine's 14, I'll tell you, I just hugged her and Caroline when this happened, because you just think, there, but for the grace of God, go I. That could easily have been our daughters. And I've spent the last several days talking to moms and dads who lost their daughters, and just the agony of that. Not only do you have really lousy cell coverage there, but for the camps, and there are about 40 camps in Kirk County. This is a very popular place for both girls' camps and boys' camps. Almost all the camps make the kids leave their cell phones at home. So the kids, by and large, don't have cell phones, which means you've got only the counselors and a handful of adults that have cell phones.
Vietnam is allied with NATO, though. Let's see. Vietnam engages in cooperative security efforts with NATO states. And the U.S. and Vietnam actually have a pretty good relationship. Yeah. They're kind of like, well, we'll play nice with everybody, but we'll side a little bit more with the West. Turkey, yeah, it seems like Vietnam sides just a tad bit more with the West because they have engaged in cooperative, like, shit with Western powers. But they do like trade with Russia and China.
Phones. And so we need to have, and I expect at the local level, the state level, and the federal level, I expect we're going to have very serious conversations about how we improve the emergency communication and response, because obviously here we suffered a catastrophic loss of life.
Senator, you've been criticized by some that you were on a family holiday in Greece when this happened, and that more than 24 hours after the Guadalupe River burst its banks, you were seen with your wife lining up outside the Parthenon in Greece. I've seen your explanation. You were on a family holiday. You said you made immediate calls and you made plans to come back as soon as you could. I guess my one question for you, as you've had the situation before when you were on a family holiday once during a massive storm in Texas and got criticized for not coming back. With hindsight, would you have preferred not to have been photographed queuing up to see the Parthenon? Would it have been a better optic not to have carried on doing holiday things?
Also,
listen, in today's world, you always have people engaging in political attacks and throwing rocks, and I think that's unfortunate.
Wait, no, I need to pause this.
Base?
I had to add that one. It's just so popular right now.
I was on a pre-planned family vacation.
Listen,
with my
when life gives you a Gaza the Hutt soundboard, you take it. And you add it to your soundboard.
wife and daughters. We were already in Europe there when this occurred. You know, I'll tell you, most 4th of Julys, I try to go on vacation with my kids and spend time with my kids. That's the same is true of millions of people.
Listen, this is what I hope for myself and for us as a community. I hope one day I am big enough that Frogan hears me call her Gaza the Hutt. That would be a great joy. A great joy.
When this crisis occurred, it was horrific, and we were watching the facts unfold. Within hours, I was on the phone with Texas Governor Greg Abbott. I was on the phone with Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. I was on the phone with Nim Kidd, who is the head of the Texas Department of Emergency Management. And then I called President Trump, and this was early on as the facts were still unfolding about the flooding. And I told the president, I said, Mr. President, we don't know all the facts yet. We don't know exactly what has happened, but we know this looks bad. This could be very, very bad. There could be a very significant loss of life. And I said, we need to make sure that every federal resource and asset that possible is deployed. And the president said, he said, Ted, anything Texas needs, the answer is yes. And so in the hours that this flooding was unfolding, we had over a dozen helicopters in the air. We had Coast Guard helicopters in the air, National Guard helicopters in the air.
I know. It's just hard to justify it right now because, like, it is a lot of time. And once I get verified, I think I'm going to start streaming, like, at least every weekday. And we're close. We're getting there. I need a few more recurring subscribers, but I need to average 50 viewers. So that's where we got to pump it up.
Air and Texas DPS, and we had game wardens. They carried out over 850 high water rescues, and so there was extraordinary heroism. And now we're working hand in hand with families. I was within hours of this talking to parents whose daughters had gone missing. We're working with state and local officials. We're working with FEMA to get federal resources there. And so all of that, if you're halfway around the world, you do it by phone. And then I got on a plane Sunday morning and flew back. And it takes a whole day to get back. And so I got in Sunday evening and was there by 7 a.m. Monday morning in Kerr County and spent the entire day there on the ground. And so those who want to play politics that with this, they can do that. My focus is on the crisis that is unfolding on the ground and doing everything we can to help those who are hurting right now in Texas.
It was reported, and maybe you can just clear this up, an eyewitness said that as you were lining up for the path, that somebody walked past.
That's true.
And this eyewitness said that
I even got some extra views for, like, having it in my stream title.
20 kids dead in Texas, and you take a vacation. He sort of grunted and walked on. His wife shot me a dirty look. They continued on their tour guide. Did that conversation happen?
Not that I know of, but apparently this was some angry left-wing person who said that. I didn't hear anyone say that, but apparently this individual believes they did. The grunt they heard from me, I have nothing to say about that. I don't recall. I did not hear anyone say that. But listen, we live in a world that is really polarized, and so people engage in hate
Yeah.
on both sides that I think is really unfortunate.
These are all things.
One of the consequences of serving in public life. Look, I see lots of people, and sometimes people say really good things. I sort of joke that people often will raise a finger to me. Sometimes it's a thumbs up. Sometimes it's a different finger, and that's that's just sort of the polarized world we live in.
Yeah.
But I wish both sides would show a little bit of grace and treat each other with more humanity. And so there are people on the Democrat side of the aisle I disagree with, but I try very hard not to attack, not to demonize them. As you know, I do a podcast every week called Verdict with Ted Cruz. We do the podcast 3 days a week, and one of the things we do, we've taken the podcast on a lot of college campuses, and we'll have college students. We'll open it up to 90 minutes of Q&A, and I'll tell you, Piers, my rule when we do that is I say, look, if you have a hostile question, if you have an antagonistic question, come to the front of the line, and we're going to have a constructive, civil conversation. We may disagree, but I think all of us need to talk to each other more rather than the world we live in now of just hating each other and throwing insults. I think is really counterproductive.
I totally agree. And in fact, funny enough, when you had your sort of dust up, as it was reported, but actually it was a really interesting conversation with you and Tucker Carlson. I like that conversation. I think you should have robust conversations. And all right, it gets clipped up and things go viral and people take their kind of tribal positions. But actually you need more of that. People getting in a room and having sometimes polar opposite opinions, but thrashing it out. You only came on to talk about the floods, and I don't want to abuse that. I just can't, given we're basically building the show around this. I just wanted to ask you one question about something else. It's about these Epstein files. A lot of people very angry that after being led to the water's edge of a belief by the administration there was going to be all this stuff coming out, client lists and so on, accountability, that suddenly it seems the shutters have come down on this. A lot of people, as you know, on the conservative right, and particularly in the MAGA world, very, very upset about this. What's your reaction to it? Now, everybody knows how much I enjoy my tea, and I'm very happy to say that today's show is sponsored by Peak's Pure Fermented Teas. These are not your average brews. They're sourced from 250-year-old wild trees.
I know I should. I'm not going to lie, though. I'm kind of nervous. I'm just a little nervous. They're such big, heavy hitters. And, like, what do I want to bring up and, like, discuss, right? And then get absolutely fucking trounced by both of them because they're both way more skilled debaters than I am at this point, you know?
The Himalayan foothills, which are untouched by modern farming. No pesticides, no fertilizers, just nature at its best. Pure delivers a full spectrum of prebiotics, probiotics, and postbiotics, just like the fermented foods found in longevity hotspots.
That's true.
It comes in
that
crystal
is
form.
true.
There's no messing around. Just dissolve, sip, and feel the difference. It's trusted by health experts, including Casey Means and Dr. Mark Hyman. There's teas for all occasions, and they all support your gut health, metabolism,
Dr. Mark Hyman?
and cellular renewal. The next time you put the kettle on, ask yourself, is my tea working as hard as me? Peak's Pure Fermented Teas for the gut of a Brit and the longevity of a Himalayan monk. Get 20% off for life, plus a free frother and glass beaker with the Pure Bundle. Visit peaklife.com/peers. That's peak, P-I-Q-U-E, life.com/peers.
Look, I want them to release everything, and I've called on that for a long time. I've called on that during the previous administration. The Biden administration did not release these materials. I've called on this administration to release these materials. I think Jeffrey Epstein was a sexual predator. I think he targeted and abused young girls. And all the evidence we have is there were a number of other men who participated in that.
Yep.
And I want to know everyone who participated. I want to know everyone that went.
Oh, God. I've been holding off, like, going in on Twitter for so long, but I know eventually, like, I have to do it. That's true. That is true. I could do that. It does help. Yeah, no, I know, that's true. But chat is. It's just scary. It's scary, guys. What do you want? It's a scary thing, okay? They're a big deal. They're big deals. I mean, I will eventually, right? Yeah, no, I do. And I know I'm going to have to take that leap, and I'm just going to have to get over it. Like, don't get me wrong. You guys are 100% right. And eventually, yeah, I'm going to have to take that leap and just do it. So, like, I have to get over it. Yeah, for sure.
To Epstein's Island, and you know, the Attorney General has said that there are thousands of hours of videos, of explicit videos, and what she told me, I asked her a couple of months ago what the delay was, and what she told me then is she said the delay was that they're trying to go through those videos and make sure they're not releasing releasing images of kids being sexually abused, and I understand that you want to protect the privacy of the victim, and so and she just said that takes time. I think they should release every adult who was culpable and responsible. I think the public should know, and I think they should be criminally prosecuted.
I completely agree. Senator Cruz, great to have you on Uncensored for the first time. Don't leave us alone next time.
All right, terrific. Thanks.
Please send all our very best wishes. I'm here.
Yeah, it's something I probably need to get prepared for, but you know, also my mom is a public figure, so there's an element of like that's probably going to be the case regardless of whether I want it or not. But everyone here is like our buddies, Daniel. It's not like you're in front of that many people you don't know. Delete your internet history, for God's sake. No furry stuff. Listen. You think I'm gonna leave my internet history up for me to accidentally show up on stream? I am an incognito mode pro, alright?
In London, to everybody.
Also, no furry stuff. Fuck off.
Involved in this terrible tragedy. I love Texas and Texan people. It's a really unspeakable tragedy, and our hearts go out to all of you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
All right.
Well, I'm joined on the panel by Natalie Winters, the White House correspondent, Steve Bannon's-Warren, commentator and YouTube host Brian Tyler Cohen, streamer and political commentator Destiny, and Ben Ferguson, the co-host of The Verdict with Ted.
Have Brian and Destiny been on a panel together before?
Cruz. Well, let me start with you, Ben, given that you work with Senator Cruz a lot. It was great to have him make his uncensored debut. And obviously, we focused mainly on floods. But what he said at the end there was really interesting, I felt, about the Epstein files, because this is raging away. You know, the administration having got everybody very excited. You know, I had one of the administration on uncensored, Alina Howard. Let's remind people what she told me literally like 2-3 months ago.
It is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.